each of the attorneys for the state, each of the attorneys for the defense, as well as a defendant. The jury is not yet in the courtroom. All right, we're going to have a hearing at this time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You just want to put on the record what it is that we're doing?
Well, the defense has indicated they intend to call 2 expert witnesses, so I'd like a 705 hearing outside the presence of the jury for both of them.
All right, so let's call the first one.
Defense will call Amy Wynn, Your Honor.
What was the last name?
Wynn.
All right, you can have a seat. I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You could just spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Amy, A-M-Y, Wynn, N as in Nancy, G-U-Y-E-N.
All right. All right, you may proceed.
Ms. Wynn, my name is Monty Del Prado. Can you tell me what your occupation is, ma'am?
I'm a Geographic Information Systems Analyst.
Geographic, could you run that by me again, please?
Geographic Information Systems Analyst.
And what is a Geographic Information Systems Analyst?
Well, GIS is the integration of data with software and hardware that allows the users to capture, analyze, and display geographic data.
Okay, and how long have you been doing this?
13 years.
And what prepared you, or how are you qualified to do this?
I have an undergraduate degree in physical science from the University of Houston at Clear Lake, and I have master's level certification in GIS from the University of Texas in Dallas that I completed in 2008.
Okay, so you have an undergraduate degree from the University of Houston, and are you saying you have a master's degree as well?
No, sir, I have master's level certification.
Okay, so your farthest education in college right now is you have a bachelor's degree, is that correct?
No, I have master's level classes. I don't have a master's degree, but I've taken 15 hours of graduate training in geographic information systems.
And have you testified in courts concerning this topic before?
Yes, sir. I've testified in 19 cases across 13 states and 2 federal cases.
And how many times have you testified in the state of Texas?
3.
And where were those?
2 in Harris County and 1 in Fort Bend County.
And were those capital murder cases?
Yes, sir.
All 3 of them?
Yes, sir.
All right. And can you tell me what opinions you intend to offer in this case?
I haven't been asked to render any opinion. I'm simply introducing the maps that I've created.
Okay, well tell me about the maps you created. What do they intend to show?
They identify, Department of Justice defined risk factors.
Risk factors as far as what?
Risk factors in a juvenile's life that might lead them to commit an act of violence.
And is your mapping, is your testimony going to be limited to the impact on a juvenile's life?
Yes, on the research, yes, by the DOJ.
Okay, and do you have the maps that we can see right now?
They have them, I believe, on a flash drive.
Yeah, could we see them? See what she's going to offer. And while he's doing that, what evidence, if any, have you reviewed in order for your testimony today?
I have a list of the addresses where Mr. McKane grew up, and I've analyzed that those addresses with regard to the census to see if I could identify any risk factors that could be displayed visually.
Okay. And other than the addresses where he grew up, any other information?
No.
Your Honor, we don't have a clicker. I thought the DA's office would have one down here. They don't, though.
Is there a clicker up here? Is there a clicker for the?
Not that we don't have a fancy keyboard or computers like the state district, so I don't know how we're going to advance that.
Well, clearly it's not been fancy from the way it's been.
Maybe use your
You don't have any way to manipulate that?
I just don't.
You can push it here and I'm happy to flip through it.
Withdraw. Actually, Your Honor, it's their burden to show the relevancy and the reliability of their expert's testimony. So if you want to go ahead and qualify her with regard to
And how much? I just
under
understand
705.
All right, well then may I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. Miss Wynn, we've gone through your occupation. How did you get into geographic information systems and analysis?
I had been exposed to it as an undergrad many years ago and had always been interested in working in GIS. And more recently, the GIS software has become a mainstay in society. And I went back to school in 2006 to get additional training in GIS.
And is that the master level certification that you were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that training the same as master's students would get who graduate?
Yes, I was required to take all master's classes.
Okay. And do they offer a master's degree?
They do. I started out seeking to obtain a master's degree.
And that would be in GIS?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about your place of employment now. Where do you currently work?
I'm self-employed as a GIS analyst.
What about your past employment?
Prior to this, I worked for a forensic psychologist for a number of years.
All right. And how is GIS used today? Like, what are the applications?
Almost every industry and government agency uses GIS today. For example, the city of San Antonio uses it to keep track of utility lines and red lights, things like that, water lines. The police department will use it to do crime analysis and analyze hotspots. The FBI uses it for crime analysis as well. The military uses it for troop movements. In addition to that, most targeted marketing campaigns where you get a flyer in the mail for something have been used by marketers to determine if you're the right demographic for whatever it is they're selling. More importantly right now, GIS is being used in COVID response with tracking outbreaks of COVID-19 and contact tracing. And most importantly, it's used by the federal government with the survey that is sent out every 10 years to keep track of how many people we have in the country and help us decide how many members of Congress to send to Washington.
So let's talk about that. Is that the United States Census?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you just described what the census is, right?
Right, so the census keeps track of a wealth of information, most importantly, the population and how that population is changing. So they do things like keep track of the population, the age of the population, what kind of work people do, how they commute to work. There are thousands and thousands of variables.
Okay, and would you briefly describe the subject matter of your specialty?
My specialty is based on a Department of Justice study from 2000 on risk factors, predictors of youth violence, by Hawkins et al. That defines the type of risk factors that one might be exposed to as a juvenile that may influence their committing an act of violence in the future.
Okay, and do you have any other specialized training?
I've also attended training at the National Institute for Justice for Crime Analysis.
And do you remember what the conference focused on?
It focused on crime analysis and the effect of crime on place and the effect of community on crime.
Okay. Are you required to have a license to be a geographic information systems analyst?
No.
You said you've been doing it 13 years, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you a member of any other any professional organizations?
I'm a member of the South Central ARC Users Group. That is a GIS users group that encompasses 5 states around Texas. And we have annual training and conferences to learn new technology.
As part of your profession, do you review peer journals?
I'm sorry?
Do you review peer journals
I
as part of
do.
your profession? Okay. And do you keep current with all the stuff going on in GIS?
Absolutely. I take training every year.
Have you ever been published?
Yes. My maps have been published in 2 different books. One is the Handbook of Forensic Psychology, and the other is, Forensic Assessment of Mental Health in Oxford University Press.
And you're saying these particular maps, like something similar to what we're looking at on the screen, has been published?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. What is your particular work focus on?
I look at risk factors that...
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. I guess, do you only do capital sentencing work?
Most of my work is capital sentencing work. I do some transfer hearings and some juvenile resentencing work. I'm also doing some research in LA, and sometimes I'm asked to make custom maps.
For what?
Different things, like maybe for an event, or sometimes I get asked to make maps of foreign countries where it's hard to find a map.
Okay, and specific events, like what are you talking about, like a party or like a
Right,
Bowl?
right, or wedding or whatever.
Okay. So you testified in Texas before, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you done any federal cases?
I've been involved in 25 cases, and I've testified in 2 of those.
Were those capital cases or what kind of cases?
They were capital cases.
Federal death penalty cases, right?
Yes, sir.
How did you become involved in this particular case?
I was contacted by Mr. Perez to see if I could make some maps for this case.
And did you in fact do that?
I did.
Were you asked to examine the areas where Mr. McKane grew up?
Yes.
From what perspective?
From a community perspective, so to see what's going on in the community.
How did you do this?
I was able to download readily available census data from the U.S. Census website, data.census.gov. That is the demographic data, and also download the map files from the U.S. Census and from San Antonio GIS. And there are common identifier fields for, say, the data for the demographic data and the census tract data, and the software ties those 2 files together so that an analysis can be made.
And do you use computer programs to help you prepare the maps?
Yes, I use ArcGIS software made by Environmental Science Research Institute.
Do you use anything else?
I'm sorry?
Do you use any other kind of software?
I use, well, when the census data comes in, it's in a CSV format, which is a text format, and I convert that to a Microsoft Excel file before I join the two files together.
Okay. Have you ever met Mr. McKane?
No,
Did you conduct any witness interviews?
no,
Did you review police reports?
no.
Why not?
I don't want anything that I hear about him to influence my findings anyway. I just purely want to look at the data.
All right. So you said you prepared maps, particularly in this case.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the computer technology that you used, was it capable of producing these simulations or these graphics?
That's correct.
And did it use like equations or mathematic principles to get those numbers?
Yes, so in some cases the data comes in a format where it already has the statistical data calculated by the census. There are some variables that have to be calculated, but it's very simple math.
Okay, and do you do that or does the computer do that?
The software does it.
And to generate those mathematical computations or whatever, does it require input or something to be imported into the computer?
The data files from the U.S. Census are imported into the ArcGIS software.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Do you consider the data input, do you consider that trustworthy from the source that you got it from?
Yes.
And what was the source again?
I'm sorry?
Where did you get the data from?
Directly from the U.S. Census.
All right, and do you believe that the maps would assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, let's start talking about the maps then. How do you define community?
Community is a place where people with common characteristics live. So, for example, a community might be a neighborhood where the people in that community have a common median income within, say, $10,000 or $15,000, so that they can afford a certain range of housing, for example. Or a community might be where people live close to a parish church, for example.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Wynn, is there subjectivity involved in your presentation, or are you just taking information that you put into a software program and then the software does the analysis?
Well, it depends on the decade. For example, in the 2000 census, there were some calculations that were already made by the census. So I just imported those directly.
So so you're just taking the information from the census. There's no subjectivity or work on your part. You're just taking what's in the census and putting it into the software. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Hawkins, do they talk about 5 different areas that should be looked at? You mentioned you're going to testify about community. Is that correct?
Right. There are 5
There's
categories.
5 categories. So there's also family, correct?
Individual,
Right.
family, peer, school, and community.
Okay. Why aren't you testifying about all 5? Why are you limiting yourself to just one?
Because I'm using only variables that can be displayed graphically.
Don't you think it would be more helpful to the jury if you were to talk about all 5 factors that Hawkins talks about?
No. For example, the first category, individual, talks about prenatal complications. I'm not qualified to talk about prenatal complications, nor can I make a map about it.
Okay. And what about individual?
No, those are more things like wiring.
Like what?
Wiring, W-I-R. Okay.
What about peers?
Peers would be things like delinquent friends or truancy and dropout rates, things like that.
But you didn't look into that?
No.
Okay. What about school?
The school data, he was too old for the school data that is published by the Department of Education. No Child Left Behind didn't start until 2003.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, you're going to strictly talk about community, and the information you're going to impart to the jury comes strictly from the U.S. Census data, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With no other input from you, you took the census data, you put it into the software, and this is what we have now.
That's correct.
We have no further questions, Judge.
Are you here to make opinions, or are you just here to present the data and somebody else makes the opinion?
Just here to present the data.
I'll pass the witness. I have no further questions.
We have no more questions, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You want to bring in the next one? Y'all going to argue?
We submit she's qualified, Your Honor.
Okay.
That's fine. Good.
Okay.
I guess since the jury's out, we can bring in their next
And
witness.
then just make the ruling after.
No, we're not objecting. She,
Oh, you're not jumping from rock.
yeah.
Bring in the next witness.
Yes, sir.
Right, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You can give us your name?
J. Douglas Crowder.
Can you spell that, please?
Yes, Crowder.
And it's the J-A-Y?
It's actually Jaye, if you want to spell that out.
I do need that.
Douglas is one S.
All right. Defense?
No, it's your, you know,
Well,
stuff.
you said your name, would you say it for the record for the court?
J. Douglas Crowder.
Okay. And what kind of job do you have?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Okay. And what training and education do you have to be a psychiatrist?
So I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Abilene Christian University in 1977, a Doctor of Medicine degree from UT Southwestern Medical School in 1980, an adult psychiatry residency I completed in 1984, and a forensic psychiatry fellowship at the University of Virginia that I completed in 1985. The forensic part, I'm certified in forensic psychiatry. I'm also board certified in general psychiatry, but as far as forensic, I'm board certified in forensic psychiatry.
Okay. And you were appointed by the court to assist the defense in this case, is that correct?
I suppose that's the way to put it, yes.
Okay. And you have testified previously in state district courts in Texas
I have.
and qualified as an expert during that testimony?
I have.
And on how many occasions? Do you have an idea?
It's a lot of occasions. There are a lot of different kinds of cases, but many occasions.
Okay. And you've testified on behalf of the defense and the state?
I have.
Okay. And in preparing for today, is it your intent that you will be giving expert opinions before the jury?
Yes.
Okay. And is there certain information and data that you relied upon to form those opinions?
Yes.
Okay. And basically, what are they?
So there was background information, like from the pre-trial hearing. There were video recordings of Mr. McKane's, I believe, apprehension and his interrogation. There was a video recording of statements to the media. There have now been two expert reports that I just received, so I would include them. That would be Dr. Fobian and Dr. Clem, C-L-E-M. And there was some testing by Dr. Mercado. There was also a mitigation expert report by Dr. Taylor. And then I consulted with Ms. Nguyen, who just testified about some of the statistical information to integrate that as appropriate into my testimony. I conducted 3 interviews with Otis starting in 2017, 2020, and another interview in June of 2021. Approximately 7 hours that I spent with him total on those 3 occasions. I hope I haven't left anything out, but I also conducted collateral interviews with his mother and with his 2 sisters, Latasha and Simone.
Okay. And like I said, you have previously testified and been qualified as an expert, and this is typical of the type of preparation you would do for your testimony.
Yes, that's
So
correct.
you're not assuming he's qualified.
Well, Your Honor, I'd like to find out what opinions he's going to be.
Well, I'm just saying,
Okay, go ahead. Stay.
Dr. Crowder, can you tell me what opinions you're going to be offering before the jury?
And I can't know completely what I'm going to be asked. The main focus has been appropriate diagnoses. There's a whole issue, of course, in this case about the risk of future danger. So there would be a discussion of risk assessment and literature about risk assessment. I can go into more detail, of course, but that generally would be, I would think, what most of the testimony would be. There are a lot of, you understand, different factors. Oh, I looked at school records too, I left that out, I'm sorry. But there will be a lot of different factors that impinge on the diagnosis and on risk assessment.
Well, regarding risk of future danger, are you going to be relying on any literature?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me the titles and the authors of the literature you're going to be relying on?
Yeah, I have them here. So one would be entitled DSM-5 Antisocial Personality Disorder, Predictive Validity in a Prison Sample. There are a number of authors. I think the lead authors are Edens and Kelly.
Is that E-A-T-O-N-S?
No, I'm sorry, E-D-E-N-S.
Thank you.
And then there is a national study of the Furman commuted inmates assessing the threat to society from capital offenders. That's by Marquardt, M-A-R-Q-U-A-R-T, and Sorensen, S-O-R-E-N-S-E-N. And assertions of future dangerousness at federal capital sentencing, rates and correlates of subsequent prison misconduct and violence. This is by Cunningham, Reedy, R-E-I-D-Y, and again Sorensen, same spelling.
Okay, and is that the extent of the literature you're going to be citing?
Well, diagnosis has to do with DSM-5, so that would be involved and included, sure.
Okay. You're going to have any testimony or opinions about cannabis usage?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me about what your opinions are going to be in that regard?
So in that regard, Mr. McKane, Otis would meet criteria for a cannabis use disorder.
You're going to be relying on any literature in that regard other than the DSM?
Not that I specifically have here. Of course, I read many things. I've read many things. I don't have I don't have a specific citation for you right this moment.
Do you have any degrees or advanced degrees or a doctorate in pharmacology?
No, I do not.
Are you familiar with Dr. Michael Arambula?
Yes.
You said you interviewed Mr. McKane 3 times. Did you discuss the facts of the case with him?
I'm not certain how to answer because as much as I could is the best answer I would give because he essentially denied that he had committed this offense.
Okay. And you know that he's maintaining that as of today, correct?
Yes, well, at least last time I talked to him, certainly, yeah.
Well, you know, after he's been convicted, you've heard about the phone calls.
Judge, this is outside the scope of the 705 hearing.
Your Honor, it goes to his interview. Our expert was not allowed to go into the facts of the case with the defendant. The fact that he did, I would argue, entitles, excuse me, I'm not finished.
I wish you would
Because we asked specifically over and over and over, we sent them an email, if their experts were going to talk to him about the facts of the case, then our experts would be allowed to. We never received a response, so the fact that now Dr. Crowder is saying he went into that issue entitles us to have Dr. Clem, who's here, to interview Mr. McKane.
He just said the defendant denied the case.
Which means he talked to him about it.
That was it.
Okay, well then he can talk to our expert about it.
All right, well, Rick, is he here?
Yes,
He's here.
He's here.
Okay, let's
I
go.
was gonna just say,
We're going to continue with Dr. Crowder. Do you have any more?
Any other, yeah, I'm sorry, Judge. Any other besides the future dangerous issue, the cannabis use, any other opinions you intend to offer before this jury, Dr. Crowder?
We've talked about many things. That certainly is the core of it.
Okay. And I just want to make sure the data that you've gone over, the information or evidence that you've gone over, are you aware about the attack post-verdict on the bailiff?
Yes.
Okay.
And I did see that on video.
Okay.
Yes, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. Did you watch the interview with the defendant's wife, Christian Fields?
I don't believe that I saw that.
Okay.
I'd like to, of course.
Okay. Well, I'm just asking if you did. So you did not.
No.
Okay. Did you see the video of him going to the Bexar County Jail the day after the killing and getting married? Bexar County Courthouse, I'm sorry.
Are you talking about when he was being moved by the
No,
sheriff's?
sir. No, sir. I'm talking about the day after the killing when he and Christian Fields got married at the Bexar County Courthouse. Did you see the video of that?
No, sir, no, I didn't.
Okay. Did you review the videos or the statements of the Rent-A-Tire employees?
Those were referred to in the pretrial hearing, I believe. So I'm aware of that, but as far as videos, no.
You did watch, I take it, the entire 3-hour interrogation by Detective Duke?
Well, I don't know how long it lasted. I'm not sure I saw 3 hours worth.
Well, however
There were long gaps, but it seemed like there were.
Right. However long it was, did you watch the entire interrogation?
I don't know. I suppose it was hard to tell exactly where it began, so I might have missed something there.
Did you watch the video of the, for lack of a better term, the perp walk in the police garage?
Yes.
Did you watch the media interviews that Mr. McKane gave 2 weeks after the killing?
I don't believe I saw that one. No.
Okay. And I'm specifically referring to one interview wherein he tells the journalist that he expects that he should be allowed to walk out the front door. Did you see that?
You know, there was a Spanish-speaking interview, and I didn't understand a lot of it. I'm not sure that was it or not. I don't believe he said that in one I saw.
Right. Well, there was another one with a Spanish language station, but the interview was conducted entirely in English. Did you watch that?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Did you review all of his medical records from the Bexar County Jail?
I did not review the medical records, no.
So I take it then you don't know what the mental health therapist or indicated about Mr. McKane when he was brought into the jail and or what his answers were to the questions when they screened him coming into the jail?
Not from the records per se. What I saw was the pretrial hearing where the assessor testified about what his findings were.
Okay, but you did not look at the records?
I did not see that record, no. I
Okay.
didn't.
Did you look at the Econo Lodge video, the hotel video where they went the night of the killing? And by they, I mean Otis McKane and Christian Fields.
I thought he was arrested by night, but the night of the killing, no, I didn't see that.
Okay, did you see the video wherein he ditched his car about 3/4 of a mile away from his home and
No.
walked away from the car?
No.
Did you watch all the videos of Mr. McKane at the public safety headquarters at around 7:30, 7:40 in the morning of the killing?
I don't believe I saw that video, no, sir.
Okay. Did you watch the video of from the parapet, from the roof of public safety headquarters where Mr. McKane pulls up behind Detective Marconi's car?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Did you watch the video of Mr. McKane putting a gun to Detective Marconi's head and shooting him twice in the head?
No, sir.
Did you look at or are you aware of the information that was found on Mr. McCain's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're aware of all the guns, photos of guns and images and movies of guns that were found?
Well, what I know about is the Glock and disassembling a Glock. I don't know about other guns particularly.
Okay.
I know about that, and then there was some interest in an officer killing in California, I believe.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And that officer killing was approximately a week before the killing we're here today?
And I didn't remember the timing, but yes, I did
Okay. And
become aware of that.
did you see the evidence of drug dealing that Mr. McCain was engaged in?
Yes, well, I knew that happened, but yes, absolutely.
Excuse me for just a second. Doctor. Have you considered, I think you've already mentioned it, you mentioned it in one of the articles, you're familiar with the medical or the mental condition of antisocial personality disorder?
Yes, sir. Oh, I read Dr. Arambula's testimony. I'm not sure I mentioned that. I'm sorry to keep throwing in, but things come to mind, and I didn't want to be incomplete.
Sure, but you're very familiar with that provision in the DSM, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay, the 7 basically, I don't know what you would call them for lack of a better term.
Criteria.
Okay. Is it your opinion that he fills all the criteria for antisocial personality disorder?
No, I wouldn't say fulfills all of them. There are features, no doubt.
So is it your opinion that he is not, does not have antisocial personality disorder?
He wouldn't qualify for that, but for the traits or the features, yes.
Any other personality pathologies, in your opinion, that he qualifies for?
You can see evidence of narcissism and some paranoid features. You can see those as well.
What about any evidence, in your opinion, of mental illness?
Well, Dr. Clem identified some neurocognitive deficits, so that would qualify as a neurocognitive disorder. And then we mentioned the cannabis use disorder. There were times in which it appears he was psychotic, likely based on substance abuse.
But I wasn't asking you what Dr. Clem found. I was asking, in your own opinion, did you see evidence of mental illness?
Well, I don't do the neuropsychological testing like he does, so I rely on that to some extent. He identified the deficits and felt that, so I agree. Basically, I agree with that. Based on his testing, it's certainly reasonable considering the history.
Are you going to talk about K2 and its relation to violence?
Yes.
You are? Do you have any literature in that regard?
I reviewed several things. I do not have copies here. I can't give you an author. It's widely available in the public domain. The NIH has actually a long article which reviews the dangers and problems associated with K2, including psychosis.
Are you going to talk about, besides K2, are you going to talk about substance abuse?
Well, there's the cannabis, of course. It's difficult to know how much cocaine, crack, or otherwise Mr. McKane might have consumed at various times. That can affect people. So yes, I could refer to that. The thing we know about the most is the cannabis and the caffeine.
Okay, so are you going to speak about cannabis-induced psychosis?
I would assume so. Again, it depends on what I'm asked, but I would assume so. I have discussed that with the defense team.
Okay, well, you've talked to them before you took the stand today, actually.
Yeah, that's right. That's correct.
Okay, and have y'all discussed the subject of cannabis-induced psychosis?
Yes. Yeah. Sure.
And the source of your opinions, your opinions, Doctor, are those mainly Otis McKane?
You mean my opinions about him?
Yes, and about, you said you're going to talk about psychosis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So with regard to any psychosis, okay, whether it's K2 or...
Actually, it's not that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think I can answer your question. It's not primarily him about the psychosis. He didn't really claim that for that time period. That the evidence comes from other sources, really.
And what sources would that be?
So that would be...
Again, I need to object. This is going way beyond the scope of the 705
No.
hearing, based on whether it's based on an expert giving an opinion, and if he doesn't testify about the underlying data, that's fine. If he does, the question is the data reliable? He's not going into his own opinion. It is not a thing about what is his opinion going to be. It's what is the underlying data for his opinion. He doesn't have to testify what that is. It's just the data he relies upon.
And 705 specifically allows me to go into the underlying data, and my question was, who is he relying upon? Where is he getting that data from for his opinion?
That question would be fine, but now he's asking me, what is your opinion?
No, I'm
It's
asking
not-
who he spoke to get that data. That's my question.
All right, and so the question is, then what sources would that be? So you can answer that.
So that would be the family interviews. It would also be what the mental health assessor testified to at the evidentiary hearing, the pretrial hearing. So it would be that, and then the other part of it is, of course, his behavior on the day he was arrested. That's video evidence.
And just specifically when you say, when you're talking about the video evidence on the day he was arrested, there were several videos of him on the day he was arrested. Which one are you specifically referring to?
And the ones I'm referring to are the interrogation and the what you've termed the perp walk. Those videos, and I have to say also the testimony in the pretrial hearing as well factors into that, because there was a lot of questioning about what Mr. McKane said at various times.
Your Honor, at this time I would re-urge our right to have our expert interview him about the facts of the case, just like Dr. Crowder did. The law is clear on that we're entitled to do that. We made several attempts. We reached out to them several times. They never got back to us.
Well, Judge was blind, just generally speaking. You asked, okay, what's happened on that day? I don't want to talk about it. That's it.
That's not
There
what
were
he
no
said.
facts.
That's not
He
what he
denied
said.
it. He denied it. Have your expert come over here and ask him and then say, I deny it.
Oh, come on.
I mean, I'm asking you.
Is that what happened? I mean, it was just that one question.
Well, Judge, we don't know that, Judge, and our person is allowed to. Well, even if it was that one question, Judge, it's still an inquiry into the facts of the case.
An inquiry is not a discussion. He's asked, the issue is discussing the facts of the case. There was no discussion.
All right, is there anything with this witness, anything else we're going to talk about?
Well, I do want to, do you have a copy of Dr. Mercado's report and Dr. Taylor's reports?
I have a copy of Dr. Taylor's report. I don't believe I have any copy of Dr. Marconi's report. I'm not sure how much she might have written up or if she wrote one, but There was some testing data, certainly. I do not have copies of any of that. That would be available from her, I'm sure.
Well,
Your Honor, we'd ask at this point that we can, he testified specifically that he reviewed Dr. Marcato's report, and so we're asking the defense to provide that to us before we move on with this witness.
I don't think he said report. He said he looked at some of Dr. Mercado's data. And I
Then
can
we
be
ask for
correct,
that
I stand
data.
corrected. If he brought it, I don't know if he
Well, then we need it. Ask your office to send it to us, please, sir.
Okay, it might probably easier to get it from her, but because it was simply something I looked at on my phone, I don't have a hard copy. It'd be simple to do that, I'm sure. Should cooperate with you.
well, we'd like that information to be provided and the information that Dr. Taylor gave you. Anything that you're going to rely upon, I think you can understand that. Dr.
Sure.
Crowder.
Okay. All right, so other than that report, I'll deny the rest of what you're asking about. Anything else with this witness?
No, not for much.
And I pointed at the state when I said that for the benefit of the record. State, anything else from this witness?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So just so it's clear, just before he testifies, we'll have a copy of whatever he reviewed from Ms. Taylor and Dr. Marcato.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Judge, can I have a moment to get the transcript upstairs?
Okay.
He said he reviewed the transcripts and they're upstairs again.
Okay.
Just 2 minutes.
You want us to bring up the next witness? Y'all ready for the jury? And yeah, sorry about that.
Okay.
You read lips, right?
Hold on.
Well, that's part of it.
I'm sorry about that.
We're off the record, are we off the record? Or
Yeah, we're off the record. We're off the record, right? You
Right.
guys ready for the jury to come?
Well, they're saying they want this before he testifies. He'll be testifying right away.
Well, okay, what about the lady?
She can testify.
Yeah, let's get her on the stand.
Judge, the only thing is the clicker.
All right, members of the jury, welcome back. Remember, if there's anything that you ever want to discuss with me, let the bailiff know. If you need a break for any reason whatsoever, let the bailiff know. All right? Where we last left off, defense, we were at your case. You can call your next witness.
Defense calls Amy Nguyen, Your Honor.
Ma'am, I'm going to swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And Lord. You can introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name is Amy Nguyen, Nguyen.
And how are you employed, ma'am?
I'm a geographic information systems analyst.
And where is your place of employment?
I own a small consulting firm in Dallas, Texas.
Would you briefly describe for the jury your past employment?
But prior to this, I've been doing this 13 years. I did work for a forensic psychologist for 6 years.
Okay, and you said you were a geographic information systems analyst, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
What is geographic information system analyst? What do they do?
GIS is the integration of data with software and hardware that allows users to capture, analyze, and display geographic data. So, for example, the maps in your car, if you have a navigation system, that's a GIS.
And what degrees or academic degrees do you hold in order to be able to be a geographic information systems analyst?
I have an undergraduate degree from the University of Houston at Clear Lake in physical science, and I have master's level certification in GIS from the University of Texas at Dallas.
Okay, and when we say GIS, that's basically an abbreviation, right? For GIS?
Yes.
Okay, so from now on, let's just use that abbreviation.
Great.
That master level certification, are those classes the same level and training as master's classes?
Yes, they're all master's levels classes.
And you described what GIS is. How is it used today?
It is used by almost every industry and every government agency. So we already talked about how you use it in your car if you have a navigation system or if you have a smartphone and you look up where to go. In addition to that, cities use it to keep track of things like utility lines, red lights, water lines, things like that. Police departments use it to keep track of crime hotspots, for example. The FBI uses it in crime analysis. The Army uses it in troop movements. In addition to that, marketing campaigns. So, for example, when you get a postcard in the mail about, say, a big screen TV, they have analyzed your neighborhood to look at the demographics and know whether you would be likely to purchase a big screen TV. So that's why sometimes you get targeted ads, things like that. In addition to that, we're using it a lot right now in COVID hotspots analysis and tracking. And more importantly, when you fill out the census every 10 years, or if you get the abbreviated survey at the 5-year mark, that data is used to help determine U.S. Congress and Senate boundaries for sending representatives to Congress.
So the application is broad spectrum, right? I guess private, public.
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you briefly describe the subject matter of your particular specialty?
I specialize in looking at risk factors defined by the Department of Justice that might make a juvenile more likely to commit an act of violence.
And you do that by identifying certain risk factors, right?
Yes, I look at community risk factors, so things like poverty, exposure to crime, that sort of thing.
Do you have any other specialized training?
Yes, I've also attended training from the National Institute of Justice that looks at crime analysis and how crime in the neighborhood affects the community and how things going on in the community can affect the crime rate.
And how long have you been a GIS analyst?
For 13 years.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I'm a member of South Central ARC Users Group. It's a 5-state area that is specializing in GIS, and we have annual training as well as conferences to keep our skills current.
As part of your profession, do you review peer journals?
I do.
Are you published?
Yes, I have maps that are in 2 books. One of them is the Handbook of Forensic Psychology. The other one is analysis of mental health in forensics by Oxford University Press.
So the maps that we're going to look at in a few minutes, those have actually been published in these peer reviews, right?
Not these particular maps, but maps similar to them, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's right. And do you only do capital sentencing work?
I do mostly capital sentencing work. I do some juvenile transfer hearings and also juvenile resentencing. I also create maps for specific events and research as well. I've also been working as a volunteer doing work for the COVID-19 response.
And do you testify frequently?
Not frequently. I've testified 19 times in 13 states and in 2 federal trials. I've testified a few times here in Texas.
And with the federal trials, were those capital cases?
Yes, sir.
So death penalty cases?
Yes, sir.
You've testified in other states?
Yes.
How did you become involved in this particular case?
I was contacted by Mr. Perez and asked if I could identify risk factors in Mr. McKane's communities.
And did you do this?
I did.
How did you do this?
I was able to download census data from the U.S. Census, data.census.gov, and map files and tie those two together so that I could analyze things that were going on in the community.
And just for jury's benefit, maybe common knowledge, but let's just go through it. What is the U.S. Census?
The U.S. Census is a government agency that counts everyone in the United States and keeps track of what's going on in the United States. So there are thousands of variables. In some cases, they have a Bureau of the Business Census and Economic Census. In this case, I'm looking at individual data for Bexar County, and we're looking at things like the population of the county, single mom families, things like that.
Okay, and what did you look at particular addresses to create your map?
Yes, I did.
What were those addresses?
I can't tell you the street names, but
Sorry, whose addresses were those?
those were Mr. McKane's addresses.
Have you met Mr. McKane?
I have not.
Well, let's back up a second. Do you use computer programs to generate the maps?
I do. I use software called ArcGIS.
Do you use something called Tiger data?
Yes. So in order to perform an analysis, you need demographic data and you need map files. So Tiger data stands for Topologically Integrated Georeference System. And what happens is you take the census data, the demographic data. Each census tract has a unique identifier. Each census tract on the map side also has that same unique identifier. We can take those two identifiers and combine them together to attach the demographic data to the hard data, so the census tracts, for example.
So you kind of marry the data to the map, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any witness interviews or review police reports or anything like that?
No.
And why don't you do that?
I don't want anything that I might learn that way to influence my findings.
So you just want to rely on the data then, right?
Yes, sir.
What's happening? All right, now, you said in this particular case, you created maps specific to Mr. McKane, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and how did you do that again? Or what are on those maps?
I'm sorry?
What's on the maps? What data is on them?
What's on the map are specific risk factors from the Department of Justice study.
And you used his old addresses, I guess, right?
Right.
And then you compiled the data based around those addresses, right?
Yes, I did an analysis of all the census tracts in Bexar County and then looked at his specific addresses.
How would you define community?
Community is a place where people have something in common where they live. So, for example, a community might be members of a parish for a church, or it might be a neighborhood where most of the family income is similar across that neighborhood, so they can afford a certain home price, for example. So there's usually something in common.
So tell me, if I were to take a map of the United States and threw a dart, would you be able to tell me about the area, the demographics of the area?
I would.
And did you do this for Mr. McKane?
I didn't use a dart, but I did. But I did look up his specific neighborhoods and census tracts.
So the darts, I guess, would be his specific addresses, right?
Yes.
Okay. What are census tracts?
Census tracts are a small statistical area. They're usually bounded by physical barriers, so a creek, a railroad track, a major roadway. The people in the census tract number between 1,800 and 8,000 people, but we like to keep it around 4,000 people, so if we have to go out and canvass, it's easy to do that. And sometimes census tracts change over time. A tract might be split into two for some reason, if it gets too large, for example.
Okay. Okay, let's look through the maps now. So I'm going to start with that slide one, so I'm going to start with slide two. Would you walk us through this particular map here?
Yes, so this first address here where you see the brown house is Mr. McKane's address. I believe it's North Waters. And if you look at the legend, you'll see that we have, just for reference, you can see where the Alamo is to kind of orient you to that. And then if you look at the bottom, Bexar County had a single mom average population of 14.36%. However, when you look at Mr. McKane's census tract, it was 33.79%, which is 135% higher than the Bexar County average.
Okay, and if we move on to slide, is there anything else we need to talk about in this particular map?
No.
Map? Okay, if we move on to slide three, tell us what you found about poverty for this area.
So, Bexar County had a poverty average of 20.55% in 1990. However, in Mr. McKane's census tract, it was 36.9%, which was 80% higher than the county average.
What did you find out about unemployment?
Unemployment is an example of community disorganization. And in Bexar County, the unemployment rate was 8.9%. In Mr. McKane's census tract, it was 22.25%, which is 150% higher than the average.
Elaborate for us a little bit on community disorganization. What is that?
So, examples of community disorganization are unemployment. So, when you have a community that has a high percentage of unemployment, there's a lot going on. So, people can't make rent. So, there's lots of moving out, in and out of the community. People move in, people move out. Business change hands frequently. So, what is a check, I'll get this right, check cashing store 1 month may be a corner bodega or a cell phone store the next month. So the community's in flux. There's a lot going on.
And are these the risk factors that we were talking about earlier, the unemployment, the median income, that kind of stuff?
Yes, sir.
And did you look at median family income?
I did. This kind of explains poverty. So in 1990, the median family income in Bexar County was $30,370. However, in Mr. McKane's tract, it was $14,750. That's $15,620 less a year, or $1,302 less a month to live on. And I looked it up this morning. If we were to calculate for inflation, that would be the equivalent of living on $2,770 less a month today.
Okay, and now these first 4 slides that we've talked about, what time period is this from?
This is from the 1990s.
Okay, and did you look at variables in the 2000s?
I did, as he gets a little bit older.
And had his community expanded?
His community had expanded. He moved a number of times during that decade.
And is that illustrated in this map?
Yes, that's correct. So I looked at single mother households with children under age 18. The Bexar County average was 12.77%. As you can see, a number of the homes that he lived in, census tracts that he lived in, were significantly higher. 59%, 2%, 48%, 70%, so significantly higher than the county average.
What about poverty?
I did look at poverty again. The poverty average was 15.9%. There were 3 homes with significantly higher poverty. The one with the worst was, I believe, North Center Street. 44.98% of the population lived at or below the poverty level, and this was 183% higher than the county average.
Okay. What about community disorganization? What can you tell us about community disorganization? Had unemployment declined?
That's not the slide we're on.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, this is the poverty slide again.
Well, what can you tell us about this slide?
Okay. I also looked at African Americans living at or below the poverty level. In Bexar County, the average was 20.83%. However, 4 of the addresses that Mr. McKane lived at were higher. North Center, again, was the worst of these locations at 33.37%, which was 60% higher than the county average.
What can you tell us about unemployment in the 2000s for the addresses that Mr. McKane lived at?
In 2000, the average unemployment was 3.60%. However, if you look at the neighborhoods Mr. McKane lived in, they're significantly higher. The worst, again, being the North Center address, which is 114% higher than the average.
And I see you also looked at the median family income again in the 2000s, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
What can you tell us about this slide?
Median income in Bexar County had increased to $43,724. However, a number of the addresses that Mr. McKane lived at were significantly lower. 2 of the worst, North Center, $23,562 less a month than the county average, which works out to be $1,964 less a month to live on. The other that was significantly higher was, I believe it's Pecan Valley, which was $16,845 less a year than the Bexar County average, and that works out to about $1,400 less a month to live on.
Okay. And as Mr. McKane got older, did you continue to look at the areas that he lived in?
Yes, sir. He lived in several addresses during the 2010 decade. Single mother families with children under age 18, Bexar County average was 15.94%. There were a number of addresses where that was significantly higher, 117% higher, 130% higher, 109% higher, and 69% higher.
And what about poverty?
I looked at African American poverty. This time I didn't have complete data for all poverty determination. So I looked at African American poverty. The average was 11.98% in 2010. And 3 of the locations Mr. McKane lived in were significantly higher. None higher than the address on the far left, Lombrano, which was 215% higher than the county average.
Okay, and again, this is the census data from the 2010s, right?
Yes, that's correct.
What about unemployment?
Unemployment was still significantly higher in several of the addresses that he lived at. In Bexar County, it was 7.48. For some of the addresses that he lived at, for example, the Lombrano address was 63% higher. Another address was 167% higher, 90% higher, and 10% higher.
And finally, you were able to look at median income again for the 2010s, correct?
Yes, sir, I did. By 2010, the median income for Bexar County was $50,806. However, as you can see, all the addresses that Mr. McKane lived at were significantly lower. None worse than the Lombrano Road tract, where the median income was $16,810. That's $33,996 less a year to live on, or $2,800 less a month.
That's the witness, Ron.
Ms. Nguyen, the 2010 census data, Otis McKane would have been 25 years old at the time, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And the Lombrano address, you're talking about poverty. Let's start with this. If a 25-year-old man is living in that area, and we have in evidence the records. The Lombrano address, I'll tell you, is Sanitary Housing Authority property. It's an apartment.
Okay.
And it's in evidence that Mr. McKane is paying $14 a month in rent there. Okay, and it's also in evidence that the only jobs he told the sanitary authority he had were like about a week at a McDonald's and about a week at a Jimmy John's. Okay, and it's further in evidence that he was dealing drugs at the time. All right, so with that information, that might have an impact on his own poverty, wouldn't you say?
Your Honor, this is a little bit outside the scope of what she's here to do.
She just testified about poverty. The individual responsibility plays a role too, wouldn't you say?
I can't speak to what his individual situation was. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, well, just generally, can you tell this jury that individually that can play a role in whether or not somebody lives in poverty?
I can't speak to it. I don't know anything about his history. Sorry.
I'm just asking you commonsensically, Ms. Nguyen.
Ask the question again.
Yes. Can you look to an individual to see if that individual's initiative and responsibility plays a role in their own poverty?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That's not her expertise, and she doesn't have any personal knowledge to answer the question.
Your Honor.
Overruled.
Ask it again. Sorry.
Just on a common sense basis, as a human being, wouldn't you agree that a person's own initiative, their own personal responsibility, can play a role in whether or not they're living in poverty?
Based on 13 years of doing this work, I'd have to say no.
Okay. Now, you are not you're not a doctor, correct?
No, I'm not.
Okay, you do not have a master's degree, correct?
I do not.
Okay. The information you're getting it from the U.S. Census, correct?
Yes.
The information you're giving to the jury today, you're getting from the U.S. Census.
Yes.
And you took that information and you plugged it into software, right?
Yes.
And then whatever you got from that, this is what we're seeing now. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think earlier you talked about a study. And was the Hawkins study a Department of Justice study?
Yes, that's correct.
They talked about 5 areas that you can study, correct?
Yes, there are 5 sets of categories of risk factor, not 5 that I can study.
Sure, but you're here talking to this jury about risk factors. And
Community risk
you're talking
factors.
about one set of the 5, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And the others that you're not here to talk about are family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Peers,
Correct.
correct? School,
Correct.
or individual.
Correct. Those are not things I can display on a map.
Because the individual, but they can be studied because Hawkins talks about that, correct?
Not from a community standpoint in that they can be mapped.
I'm not talking about the community now. Now I'm talking about the individual properties that were referenced in the Hawkins study.
My specialty is only in community risk factors.
You're not here to talk about any psychological factors that may be involved with the defendant, correct?
No, sir.
And you're not here to tell this jury that anybody who grows up in these areas, even in the 1990s, is going to go out and commit the capital murder of a police officer, are you?
No, I'm just here to identify risk factors.
Okay. And there are other risk factors other than geography, correct?
Of course.
Okay. And some of those are the ones we just went over, correct?
That's correct.
And you're not blaming these maps for the capital murder we're talking about here today, are you?
No, I'm not making any correlation. I'm just identifying the risk factors.
And there are plenty of people who live in these areas who never get in any trouble at all, correct?
Yes, that would be correct.
As a matter of fact, that would be the overwhelming number of people, correct?
I would say be the majority, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Are you here to make any conclusions, or are you just here to provide the data and somebody else makes a conclusion?
Yes, sir, I'm just here to provide the data.
So you're basically, you're not qualified to make the conclusions, right?
No,
But you are qualified to make the maps, I guess, right?
that's correct.
And the prosecutor talked to you about the 5 areas, right?
Correct.
So why didn't you go into those 5 areas?
They're not risk factors that can be identified with maps. So, for example, an individual risk factor like a prenatal problem, that's not something I could put on a map.
And that's why it's not on the map, right?
Exactly.
Pass the witness, sir.
So you don't know your own personal knowledge. You're talking about averages. Do you have any idea how much Otis McKane's mother was making?
No, but if he qualified for Section 8 housing, it couldn't be very much.
My question was, do you know how much she was making?
No.
Okay, have you ever testified for the state, Ms. Lynn?
I have not been called by the state to testify.
So the answer to my question is no?
Correct.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Right, man, you're excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, state, call your next witness. I mean defense. Yes. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. You can remove your face covering and introduce yourself to the jury.
So my name is J. Douglas Crowder.
All right. Defense?
Dr. Crowder, can you tell the jury, first of all, a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science degree from Abilene Christian University in 1977, a Doctor of Medicine degree in 1980 from UT Southwestern Medical School. I did an adult psychiatry residency also at UT Southwestern, finishing in 1984. And I did a fellowship in forensic psychiatry at the University of Virginia, completing that in 1985.
Okay, so for starters, you're an MD.
Correct.
Okay, and then with regards to psychiatry, you said you are board certified in 2 fields.
In general psychiatry and in forensic psychiatry.
Okay, can you please tell the jury, first of all, what is general psychiatry?
General psychiatry has to do with treatment of psychiatric conditions you would think of, like depression, anxiety, panic disorder, schizophrenia, bipolar disorder. So those are what we call Axis 1 illnesses. So I would treat those with medications and with psychotherapy.
Okay, and then what does it take to become a forensic psychiatrist, first of all, and then to be board certified on that?
So it's required to be board certified in general psychiatry, which I am, and then it requires passing another test and maintaining that certification with tests every 10 years.
Okay. So we know what general psychiatry is. What is forensic psychiatry?
So that's psychiatric expertise or diagnosis and treatment of mental illness, knowledge and expertise to typically legal or quasi-legal settings. Can be like profiling for a law enforcement agency, or it could be evaluations like this one, where people will ask for opinions about whether a person has capacity to write a will, for instance. So there are a lot of different applications, but basically psychiatric knowledge is you would apply it to legal-like settings.
Okay. And so when did you get board certified in forensic psychiatry?
Oh, it's hard to remember. I think the first time was it 1998? Doesn't seem long ago enough, but anyway, I've passed at least, I think, 2 recertification examinations since then.
And do you all receive like continuing education or the like as time passes?
Yeah, sure, yes.
Okay. And are you a member of any professional organizations?
Sure, the American Medical Association, the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law, I think the Texas Medical Society.
Okay. And are you, have you ever been published?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any sort of affiliation or participation with the Secret Service?
I did. I served as a consultant to the U.S. Secret Service for, I don't remember how long, maybe 10 years.
Okay. And have you previously testified in either state court or federal court?
Yes, sir.
And approximately how many times have you testified, let's say, in state court?
It's many times. I've been doing this a long time. I would think over 100 times.
Okay, and then federal court?
Not very many times, just a few.
And now, do you have a practice?
Yes.
And where is that located?
That's in Dallas. Do you want the address?
No, just, you have an office. How long has that been going on?
I think I started that in 2004. I was on the faculty at UT Southwestern before that.
Okay. Now, at some point, you got involved in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of your involvement in this case?
So I was asked basically to try to assess Otis McKane and to reflect on any diagnoses that might be relevant to him. There's always a concern for mitigation on the part of defense attorneys, so that would have been part of what you would have been interested in. So mitigation in the case of a guilty verdict.
And so what are some of the first things you have to do in order to be able to come to those conclusions? How do you begin?
Well, there's an interview, first of all, of the defendant. So I spent about 7 hours with Otis McKane on 3 different occasions. Starting in 2017, I returned in March of 2020, and I saw him the last time in June of this year. So again, totaling about 7 hours. So I did interviews with Mr. McKane, and then I consulted with various collateral sources of information.
And when you say collateral sources of information, such as what?
So I interviewed his mother and his 2 sisters, for instance. I reviewed the pretrial hearing transcript. I looked at school records. I consulted with a psychologist named Dr. Mercado who had done testing with Mr. McKane. I consulted with Amy Nguyen that you just heard from, and that was relatively later. And I looked at various video recordings, most importantly including the interrogation recording and the recording relating to him being transferred, I think, by sheriff's deputies from one location to another where he made some statements.
Okay. And what is the purpose of getting all this collateral information?
You're trying to come to the best opinion possible. You can never get absolutely 100% of all the information that you could ever necessarily want or find in a perfect universe, but you try to get enough to form a reasonable medical probability conclusion, and that means a more likely than not conclusion about the individual, diagnoses, and in this case there's a prognostic issue about any future danger that the person might pose.
Okay. And at some point, did you start forming conclusions or diagnoses or ruling some out, or etc.?
Well, what you have is a group of hypotheses which you try to confirm or disconfirm or to supplement them with other hypotheses if new information becomes available.
Okay. And so once you had all this, the interviews, the collateral information, the interviews with Mr. McKane, I'm sorry, and then the collateral information, what did you do next?
Well, and I need to point out I've since read Dr. Arambula's testimony and also reports by Dr. Clem and Dr. Fobian. Those were 2 other experts, I think one of whom worked with the prosecution, the other was court appointed, but and I did those too. So what you try to do is to match the data with what's known about diagnosis and known about, in the case of future danger, prognosis.
Okay, and is it common practice for experts to review their reports or whatever the case might be, the information that each other has, even in this, like in this instance, the state experts or psychiatrists, whatever, and yourself?
We're sure, and to consult with these collateral sources like interviews with the family, for instance.
Sure, and so with regards to Mr. McKane, what conclusions did you come to?
So diagnostically, there is what we would call a cannabis use disorder, meaning that he was, to put it in lay terms, addicted to cannabis. There was there's a personality dimension to his problems. I've read that some people, or Dr. Arambula anyway, concluded there was an antisocial personality disorder. I didn't feel the full criteria were met. Can I see features of that disorder? Yes. Can I see some personality traits of it? Yes, I can. There are some paranoid traits. There are narcissistic features, let's say, which is oftentimes seen when someone has antisocial features. So there are some personality issues that Mr. McKane displays. I wouldn't say it's an antisocial personality disorder according to the DSM-5 criteria. That's our standard diagnostic system. But that'd be a summary of the diagnoses. Now, I just became aware of Dr. Clem's data. Now, he concluded that Otis also has what's called a minor neurocognitive disorder. And what that means is that someone has some cognitive dysfunction, or basically the ability to think is disrupted as opposed to just emotion, or like a depression or a panic disorder. So there's a disruption of the ability to think to some extent. It's minor in the sense that the person can still function independently. In a major neurocognitive disorder, you'd think of a demented individual who resides in a nursing home, say. That's a major one. His is more minor, but still significant. Now, what happened over time was I uncovered some evidence that Otis had been psychotic at times. Now, psychotic means out of contact with reality, either formal thought disorder and or hallucinations, false sensory experiences like hearing voices that aren't there, people that aren't there, or delusional, believing things that are so outlandish and ridiculous they can't be true, and yet the person believes them. That's delusional. So I did uncover some evidence that Mr. McKane had been psychotic at certain points, and I would say likely due to this substance abuse.
Okay. Now, let's discuss Dr. Rambula's opinions in the manner in which he came to that conclusion. First of all, are you all guided by some sort of ethical guidelines?
Well, the American Academy of Psychiatry and the Law is, yes.
Okay. And you examined Otis personally?
Yes, sir.
And Dr. Fabian examined Otis personally?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Arambula never spoke with Otis McKane that you know of?
No.
Now, much like, I guess, someone calling a doctor's office and telling them, these are my symptoms, can you tell me what's wrong with me? Most of the time they make you go in. Do you all have some ethical guidelines that require any doctor that's going to form any opinions to make a good faith effort to interview the subject?
Yes.
And in this case, we know Dr. Fabian made no good faith effort that you know of.
You mean Dr. Arambula?
Oh, Dr.
He
Arambula.
said he did not attempt to interview the person and assumed that the defendant would be unavailable. But the Apple guidelines state that a good faith effort needs to be exerted to examine the evaluee or to see that person before you offer opinions. Now, sometimes that's not possible, and it's actually accepted that it can be done, but one is supposed to make a good faith effort to examine the person being evaluated.
Okay, and we're getting this information from his testimony because we have some sort of an unofficial transcript, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, without interviewing Mr. McKane, Dr. Arambula came to the conclusions that Mr. McKane displayed or meets the criteria under the DSM-5 for antisocial personality disorder, correct?
Right.
And does the DSM-5 look, for lack of a better word, unfavorably on that type of diagnosis when there's substance use?
Yeah, you have to distinguish the effects of substance use from the personality disorder. And it's not that they can't co-occur, they can, and yet at the same time you have to take into account that substance abuse can dramatically alter a person's behavior, their decisions, their choices. And so that's the problem with diagnosing those those two conditions, you have to be very careful about applying the DSM-5 criteria and saying this is an antisocial personality disorder when there's heavy substance abuse. And it's written into the manual. I have a copy of it here, but it's written into the manual. You really need to be careful about that.
Okay. And as best we know, when you saw you have knowledge of all the discussions on texts that Mr. McKane had about marijuana, an eighth, 20s, 10s, that he was, for that period of time, heavily engaged in marijuana, cannabis, spice, K2 dealing, correct?
And I have not seen the text. But
Objection,
yes,
that's in the statement of the evidence. There was no evidence of K2. It's absolutely not in the evidence at all.
You have,
I believe I asked Dr. Rambula
No, he was saying, he was referencing the text, and there was absolutely no evidence in the text messaging about K2. That's in
All right, the jury will remember the evidence.
now, we know it's not looked upon favorably on behalf of Dr. Arambula to make opinions when you have not made a good faith effort to interview the subject. We know that Dr. Arambula, as Mr. DeBrella put it, checked off all of the 7 boxes on the criteria for antisocial.
Excuse me, I object to him leading his own witness.
He's an expert, Your Honor.
Let me hear the question.
You know, checked off all the 7 boxes on the criteria. And we know that's looked upon unfavorably too by the DSM-5, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. It's looked on unfavorably to check off the 7 boxes. I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, no, that when there's substance use, you need to be very careful about coming to that conclusion.
Well, you do have to be careful about it. That's correct, yes.
Okay, now, Dr. Arambula, I'm speaking from memory, testified something along the lines that he looked, first of all, when is the onset, what are the requirements for the onset of antisocial personality disorder? Is there an age?
Yes, sir. And you don't diagnose it until the person is at least 18 years of age to avoid mislabeling people who are not going to turn out to be antisocial personalities. But it starts before the age of 15, and there has to be what we call conduct disorder, which is a pervasive pattern of violating the rights of others. These are serious kinds of behaviors. Not there's another one called oppositional defiant disorder. That's mostly a kid who is just kind of difficult, disrespectful, resists appropriate demands like please walk down the hall, no. But in conduct disorder, there is a more aggressive violation of the rights of others. It's things like not just stealing, but stealing with confrontation of a victim, for instance, or forced sexual intercourse, or repeated physical attacks. And again, one or two occurrences is inadequate. It has to be a pervasive pattern. And that's one of the things I did not find is the pervasive pattern. Is there an episode here or there? Yeah, there is. But mostly I found oppositional defiant behavior.
Okay. And we know that maybe at around age 13, we know the event with the knife in the laundry, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're using the phrase conduct as opposed to occurrence, right?
Behavior, or conduct meaning behavior.
Conduct is behavior, which is over a spectrum of time.
Pervasive. I think what you're trying to find out about is it's pervasive. It's a pervasive pattern. It's not just an episode here or there or one or two things. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of people with this diagnosis. But it's not appropriate behavior. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, it has to be a more pervasive pattern.
In the DSM-5, just generally speaking, and I don't know if I'm using the right word, has this requirement that you have those factors before the age of 15.
Yeah, the conduct disorder before the age of 15, that's correct.
And you did not see that in those?
Yeah, no, not enough to call it conduct disorder, absolutely not.
Now, hold on, I lost my train. So, you didn't see that onset, even though we have that occurrence, if you will. And so, the prosecutor was talking about that in the text. You didn't see the evidence of the K2 and the spice, but you did have collateral sources that gave you that information, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And what was the information that matches, that you received from collateral sources, that matches that Mr. McKane, 2015, 2016, whatever, may have been going through some sort of psychosis?
So it was 2015, and this is information from his family. Now, his family reports...
Objection, excuse me, doctor, I object to hearsay.
Are you kidding me? Your Honor, he's
You know,
he's
and I
an
object to the
expert.
side, I object to the sidebar
I
also.
apologize.
All right, I'll overrule the state's first objection and I'll sustain the state's second objection.
Okay.
So what I was told is what I think I was talking about. Is that what you
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to hear? Thank you. So actually all three of these women, his mother Sandra, Latasha, his sister Simone, his sister, they all said that, and this is toward the end of the time he was living in the same house with them in 2015. It only happened apparently for 2 or 3 months, but occasionally Otis would sit in an empty room without a telephone and be screaming as if there was someone there, screaming abusively but also in a paranoid fashion, very agitated. On one occasion, Latasha became so concerned that she actually called the police, and they came, and according to Latasha, they advised her to get him some help. So this would be consistent with a psychotic state, which the drug abuse. Now, cannabis can do this, and you mentioned the K2. That's more common probably to cause a loss of contact with reality, but either one can cause people to lose contact with reality. So there was that evidence there.
Okay, and so whether it's cannabis, and we know that there's this text that now the cannabis, you have swag, which doesn't have a lot of THC, which is the main ingredient in marijuana. We heard about perp, and we heard about exotic, and that have higher concentrations of THC, and then we heard about K2 and spice. Okay, so regardless of which one it is, it can take you to a state of a psychosis.
It can, yes.
Okay, and in the case of Mr. McKane, you saw evidence of that.
Yes.
Okay, now. Now, you obviously, as a doctor, as a psychiatrist, and a board certified in forensics, you read a lot of articles, correct?
Yes.
Now, what is the danger in someone coming in and testifying? First of all, is it a common practice for a doctor to come in and testify that an individual will be a future danger, such as Dr. Arambula did here?
Well, trends have actually changed, and now that there's life without parole, the death penalty is less frequently sought. But when the death penalty is sought, it has been common practice, certainly, to have a mental health expert discuss the issue of the danger the person might pose in the future.
Okay, and if we go back in time, there was this prolific doctor, Dr. Grigson, that would testify regularly.
Objection, this is not relevant, it's outside the record.
I'm going to make it relevant to me. Well, what do you mean outside the record? He has knowledge of that.
Let me hear the question.
There was a prevalence in the maybe 90s of a Dr. Grigson that was called Dr. Death, because he would come in continuously and testify that individuals convicted of capital murder would be a future danger without interviewing them. Did that happen in the 90s?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object, that is not relevant here to this proceeding, and it's outside the record.
I'm going to tie it in, Your Honor.
You can rephrase your question.
Okay, so in this instance, for example, and I think the word we're talking about, Dr. Arambula testified that with regards to Mr. McKane, there was I think you used the word robust.
Right.
Future chance of future danger. Now, in this context, is the word robust
Objection,
a
Your Honor.
diagnostic?
Excuse me, that's a misstatement of the evidence. He said there was robust antisocial personality disorder. He didn't say robust future danger.
Okay, and the jury will remember any of that.
So when you tell a jury and you use a word like robust, first of all, is that a diagnostic medical term that you all, the DSM-5 has or
It's not diagnostic. No, it's not a term there.
And so tell me what a diagnostic word is.
I think he's meaning, and the testimony I recall is robust, continuing antisocial behavior. That is resistant antisocial behavior. I think he's, as I understood it, knowing this field and having heard a lot of this testimony and worked in these cases, what he's trying to say is that it's ongoing and severe.
Okay. Now, getting back to are there published articles on the dangers by researchers from universities and the like? And they review cases and prisoners. Is there a danger that a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder over-predicts future dangerousness?
Yes.
Are there multiple articles on that, and can you tell the jury something about that?
Well, the one that you're referring to, that's a single article to my knowledge. Now, the other articles that I think that we've discussed relate to the tendency to over-predict future danger, because those studies had to do with following people who were sentenced to death, oftentimes based on testimony that they would be a future danger. Those articles, not going to discuss them in more detail, but basically they found that it was usually wrong as far as any severe danger anywhere, certainly killing again, that those predictions were usually wrong. And then the article you're referring to, however, says that the construct, the idea, is what I mean by construct, the structure of saying someone has antisocial personality disorder. The application of that diagnosis did not have predictive value about whether someone was going to be a danger in incarceration, because they looked at prison populations. And so basically the article said, you can't use this construct. Say they're antisocial or not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean they're going to be more dangerous. And so they said basically, they recommended it not be used as a way to in some way prognosticate that someone would be a future danger. So even if it's present, it's of limited and doubtful value.
Because it can mislead. It does mislead, in fact.
I think what can happen is people can be over-persuaded by a really nasty-sounding diagnosis. And in fact, it's not like it's a good thing to have, but the fact is that to extrapolate from this is the diagnosis to equals future danger or a probability of future danger, that's what's inaccurate.
Okay. And then, I know you said that there are other articles that where, in fact, as researchers, what do they do in those cases?
Right, so I'm sorry, let me refer to some of the literature here. May I just refer back to the title of the one I was referring to, since we didn't really get to it. This is by Edens and Kelly and some other authors, but it's called DSM-5 Antisocial Personality Disorder, Predictive Validity in a Prison Sample. And the conclusion is, dichotomous ASPD diagnoses and adult symptom criteria counts. In other words, how many criteria for antisocial personality disorder a person would meet did not significantly predict institutional misconduct across our 3 outcome variables. So it's like less severe and more severe infractions or assault are the 3 outcome variables they are referring to. But basically, antisocial personality disorder didn't predict what people were going to do in prison. That's what this study says. Now, sorry to digress, but I want to make clear what the literature actually says. The other studies that you're interested in, you just asked me about. Do you want me to discuss those?
Yeah, just briefly, please.
All right. So this one by Marquardt and Sorensen, I've spelled those for you previously, ma'am. A national study of the Furman commuted inmates, assessing the threat to society from capital offenders. So what these authors did was they took advantage of what we would call a natural experiment. That is, you don't set up an experimental design and go to a laboratory and try the variables out. What they did was they looked at what happened to people who had been sentenced to death before 1972. In 1972, the Supreme Court concluded that the death penalty was unconstitutional as then applied. What this meant was that it's close to 500, I think, people who had been sentenced to death had their sentences commuted. Some of them were actually released, usually after pretty lengthy periods on death row, mind you, but some of them were actually released and some of them stayed in prison. But what these authors did was they decided to find out, did these people who would seem, based on the index offenses, that is the severity of what they had done, did those people turn out to live up to a prediction that they would be dangerous in the future? The authors concluded that they didn't. And I can read to you again if you want from, we'll say it more succinctly than I could.
Sure.
So they actually followed 558 inmates. They were in 29 states in the District of Columbia. Now, in the prison setting, these prisoners committed 6 murders. Now, this is 500 people, by far most of whom had killed someone else before. 6 of them committed, or 6 murders were committed. 4 were other prisoners and 2 were correctional officers. However, the majority of the former death row prisoners served out their sentences with few instances of serious institutional misconduct. A minority were responsible for the bulk of disciplinary infractions. This is the bad apple phenomenon. In other words, there was a small core of people who did most of the things that were done wrong, but by far most of them didn't. Now, over the course of 15 years, 239 Furman commuted prisoners were released to the free community. These were people who mostly had killed someone. They were released. These parolees have spent an average of 5 years in society. 21% recidivated, so 21% committed a new crime of some type. 12% of those were felonies, but only 1 parolee from Texas committed a second homicide. So that's out of 239. On the other hand, nearly 80% of those released to free society have not, at least officially, committed additional crimes. So the conclusion is that there's a concern that there's over-prediction of danger, and that a lot of times, juries and experts, and we've participated in this, frankly, over-predict danger, and it turns out not to be the case when you actually look at the data or what took place. Now, the other one is assertions of future dangerousness at federal capital sentencing, rates and correlates, subsequent prison misconduct and violence. So I'll just read you the conclusion from the abstract, because they followed, I think, this was 145 prisoners, and the government had asserted at sentencing that they would be a future danger. And what they concluded was it wasn't predictive of prison misconduct. If they asserted they're going to be a future danger, there would probably be in many of these cases expert testimony, but they would assert that there was going to be a future danger, but in fact it didn't turn out to be the case. The natural experiment again shows that. So basically these authors say to use the prediction of dangerousness, and no one can predict anyway, or even the risk assessments often over-predict. That's the point of these studies.
Okay, so basically, that type of prediction is not reliable.
But not very. Do some of these people act out? They do. They can be a danger. It's not like it never happens. It happens. But at the same time, a prediction that somebody is going to be a danger, that it doesn't really turn out to be something that is doable. You can identify risk factors. You can stratify people according to these people may be at higher risk than those. Agree with that. But most of the time, it just turns out to be wrong.
It turns out to be wrong.
Right.
Now, because you testified that back in 1972, there were some released people. Now, in this instance here, if the jury were not to give Otis the death penalty, then it's the only other option is life without parole, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have there been studies whether an individual either denies the offense or lacks remorse or whatever? Is that any indicator that he's going to be more of a future danger?
Well, no. The article that I cited, the first one, Antisocial Personality Disorder Predictive Validity in a Prison Sample, it didn't have the remorselessness. I mean, they looked at this. The researchers looked at it specifically. Remorselessness or not caring that you'd harm someone, that also had no predictive value. It didn't say somebody would or wouldn't harm someone again. Is it disturbing? Certainly, but does it predict anything? Not really.
Now, the state in this instance and has talked about that 44 seconds after the guilty verdict, Mr. McKane assaulted one of the bailiffs, and you said you viewed some of that video.
I did see the video, yes.
Okay. Dr. Arambula attached a certain amount of significance, maybe a lot, I don't know. What's your opinion on that?
So it's disconcerting, it's disturbing. See, in any kind of risk assessment, you have to look at situations, right? So the situational correlate of the violent behavior. Disturbing as it is to say, if someone kills a child, but they're locked up and will have no more children or access to children, the situational factor that might have led to that crime, as bothersome as it is, upsetting as it is, the person has no opportunity to do that again. Now, there will be opportunities and have been opportunities for Otis to harm deputy sheriffs. He's had that. In this case, he did it, but the situation was that he had just received the guilty verdict. For a variety of reasons, I think he had desperately hoped that wasn't going to happen. It was distressing to him. He wasn't going to see his child again. But beyond that, now, I'll assume what you've told me is right, but essentially it had been provoked just before the jury retired to consider a verdict as well. So you have to look at those situational correlates, the provocation, and the delivery of the verdict in this kind of setting where there is somewhat more freedom. So you look at all those situational correlates that may or may not mean anything about the future. And again, you have to consider he'd been incarcerated for 4.5 years. And I don't know how many times he'd been brought in and let out by the sheriff's deputies. You estimated 60. I don't know how many it was, but many times, several times in a day without harming anyone. But in the situation he did. Well, is that a problem? Certainly it is. And yet for all these 4.5 years and through all those transfers, he hadn't harmed anyone, any deputies. So it's just hard for me to extrapolate from that to a probability of future danger. Is there a possibility? Certainly.
Okay. But the word is not possibility, it's probability. Right?
No, yes, that's
Beyond
correct.
reasonable doubt.
Well, probability is more likely than not to me, not beyond reasonable doubt. It's more likely than not.
Now, so what you're saying is really the better indicator is his behavior while incarcerated might be predictive of his behavior post this trial.
Well, neither is completely predictive.
Okay.
We used to use that term prediction of dangerousness in the 1980s, but it went out because John Monahan and others did research which basically said, look, we can't predict this at all. You're right at best maybe 1/3 of the time. So that term went out. Now it's about risk assessment. So it's just it's a mixture of factors is what it is. I don't know that that's better. I'm just saying he has been housed in an incarcerated setting over a long period of time without physically harming anyone in that one situation, which is unusual and not exactly likely to occur again. To extrapolate from that to the future is what I think is inappropriate.
Okay. Now, getting back to another doctor that did examine Otis, and that's Dr. Fabian. And
Yes.
so he followed the ethical guidelines, and before forming an opinion, he actually examined Mr. McKane, right?
Correct.
Okay. And what was his diagnosis?
So Dr. Fabian, and I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but Fabian, he concluded that Otis had cannabis use disorder, and he concluded he had an adjustment disorder. What this means is that a person is undergoing a difficult set of circumstances and has symptoms that are assumed to remit or go away once the stressor or stressors are removed or the person develops a higher level of coping. So those were the diagnoses that Dr. Fabian gave.
And so Dr. Fabian, who is a state's expert that did examine and follow this ethics, Mr. McKane, he did not diagnose Otis with antisocial personality disorder.
No.
And in essence, he kind of came around to the same conclusion about this cannabis use or abuse disorder. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate.
Give me a minute. Now, prior to you testifying, we have Ms. Amy Nguyen, who, went over those maps that the Justice Department through the Census Bureau, that information is available. What is the significance of that about the locations that Otis grew up in?
Well, it's simply that we know poverty is a risk factor for crime. So there may be several reasons for that, but poverty, growing up in a poor neighborhood is a risk factor, and more people who are from those neighborhoods do commit crimes than other people, or people who are more fortunate.
And that poverty will not be around him when he's in prison. I mean, he's going to be housed, he's going to be clothed.
Those aspects of poverty, yes, he wouldn't have to deal with them.
So those stressors are going to be gone.
Yeah, those are stressors, but don't forget, I mean, this is about the way a person grows up. A lot of it is about what's known as about the way people grow up. So you know, there is that stayed with him, is what I'm trying to say.
And lastly, even with you, Otis denied the offense, right?
Yes.
Okay, I passed the witness, Sean.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, we're going to have to break for lunch. Be back no later than 1:30 this afternoon.
All right for the jury?
We have a plea to do. Okay. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Hope you had a good lunch. Where we last left off defense, we were... Oh, you had passed the witness. Okay, let's bring the witness up. State.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you?
Good.
Good. Well, I think we ended up with you telling this jury that the defendant denied capital murder to you, correct?
Denied committing the murder, yes.
Okay. And that was some time back.
Yes.
Okay. How many times did he deny committing murder to you? You said you interviewed him 3 times.
I don't remember the second time, the second interview as well. He certainly did the first time, and then I asked, the last time we talked, or one of the previous times we talked, your position was that you didn't commit this crime, and he said it was still his position.
And because he told you that, you didn't ask him about the events that day, what he was doing when Detective Marconi was killed.
There wasn't much more to go. Yeah, there was nowhere else to go.
Because if he chose not to tell you the truth, you just couldn't follow up on it, correct?
Right. He was not going to discuss it. That was evident.
Okay. And you're aware that this jury has already found him guilty of capital murder?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that after the verdict, Mr. McKane is still maintaining to his family and friends that he is innocent?
Yes.
Now, I've got, I'm sort of in a quandary. Maybe you can help me figure this out. There's, on the one hand, the defense is saying, and I don't know if you're saying it, that Mr. McKane killed Detective Marconi because of a cannabis-induced psychosis. Is that what you're saying?
I can't conclude that, sir. I can't conclude that. What I can say is that he seemed to have psychosis, which I would think is cannabis K2 induced at time. He had that at some times. At that point, there's some reason to believe he might have, but I can't go to the point of reasonable medical probability that was the case.
And that would be difficult to do, too, when their own client is steadfastly and consistently, since 2 weeks after the murder, after he told everybody he did it, saying he didn't do it. Do you see that conflict there?
Well, sure, it would make it harder, sure, to evaluate. I agree with you.
Sure. Yeah, to say, oh, you killed him because of cannabis-induced psychoses. On the other hand, how can we look at that when you didn't kill him? You see
Well, yeah,
that
as far as with him, yeah, it would be a short conversation. Let's put it
Sure.
that way.
Now, can you tell me, I want to go over what you reviewed. What materials you reviewed for your opinion here today. And by the way, Doctor, I know you're a forensic psychiatrist. You have a PhD or any advanced degree in pharmacology or toxicology?
No, sir. No.
So let's start talking about what maybe you reviewed. You said that you reviewed, well, why don't you tell us again what you reviewed?
Okay, and I hope I get everything, but the pretrial hearing, I reviewed it was a mitigation report by Dr. Taylor. I looked at Amy Nguyen's data, and we discussed that. I discussed Dr. Mercado's testing with her. I looked at these just lately provided to me, but the reports by Dr. Fobian and Dr. Clem. I looked at those. I read the testimony that Dr. Arambula provided. I've now been able to see the jail health records, and that's just recent, but I just able to look at that. I also saw school records. I'm not sure if I forgot anything else. I'm sorry if I did, and of course, as I pointed out before, I had done some collateral interviews with family members.
Okay. And sometimes in collateral interviews with family members, you didn't know these people beforehand, I assume.
I did not know.
So you can't vouch for their credibility, correct?
No, in and of itself, no.
Well, I mean, absolutely not. You don't know anything about them. Not in and of itself. Wouldn't it be fair to say, absolutely not? You don't know anything about
All I can say is that you try to evaluate what I'll call psychiatric fit. Does the story given to me fit what we know about psychiatric illness and conditions, or does it not? Does it fit other known facts? Is there congruence with those facts? You can look at that at least. Do I absolutely know they're credible? I do not. There is coherence between their stories. They told me the same account of events. I can see that, and I can see to some extent small reflections of similar symptoms in what the mental health assessor at the jail saw. So there's a degree of coherence there, lends a degree of credibility. Do I know them personally, or are they honest or trustworthy people? I would not know that, and I don't know it.
Well, the mental health, Mr. Elroy Brown testified. Did you see his testimony during the trial?
That would be the pretrial hearing, I think. Or he testified again here. I did not see that, no, sir.
Okay. Well, if I tell you he testified that Mr. McKane was suffering from no psychoses, he was suffering from no mania, he understood the questions, he readily answered them, he admitted to the killing, but he felt he was justified. Would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. Now, Dr. Mercado, in her report, she did the MMPI on Mr. McKane, correct?
Yeah, I don't believe there was a report per se. There was some data,
right,
and we discussed it. Yeah.
And there's a score on there for whether or not somebody has antisocial personality disorder, correct?
That wouldn't be correct because you don't diagnose based on testing alone. What you're referring to is the 4 scale or the psychopathic deviancy scale, I believe.
He scored high for antisocial personality disorder, correct?
Well, it was elevated. That was elevated, yes, it
And
was.
elevated is generally a synonym for high, is it not?
Well, high can mean, look, there can be elevated and there can be very high. I don't know that it was very high. So that's a relative term, but it was more than the norm, you're correct.
Now, in your direct testimony, you really didn't address any of the violence involved in this case. You talked about base rates and group studies. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't address any of the individual violent acts that Mr. McKane partook in, correct?
That's not accurate, I don't believe.
Okay. Well, you addressed the one here in the courtroom after he was convicted, correct?
And the one at age, I think it's 13.
Okay. Well, so we can say starting at age 13, he engaged in a violent act, correct?
Yes, you would say that.
Okay. Well, I think you use the term disconcerting maybe. Would you say it might be if he pulls a 12-inch butcher knife on somebody after banging their head against a wall, and when the police come to the
Well,
door?
Your Honor, I'm going to check that's on there.
Your Honor, he's their expert, and he's reviewed the records.
Judge, it's not something he's ever reviewed, or it's not part of his data.
You didn't review that, Doctor?
Well, sir, I'm not aware of any banging head against the wall. I know he pulled the knife, which never, fortunately, cut anyone, and he chased, attributing it to wanting to scare, I think, the cousin. But it's still a problem. I mean,
Well, are you aware he told the police officer he wanted to cut him?
no, I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. And if that were the case, would that change your opinion?
Well, change my opinion about what?
The scale or the nature of the act, Doctor?
Wanted to, but didn't hurt anyone.
That's called an
It's-
aggravated assault, is it not, Doctor?
I would think so. I'm not an attorney, but I would think so. Something along those lines. Yes.
Right.
I mean, I agree. It's a problem. It is in itself a violent act. I agree with you.
Sure, and if he were not a juvenile, that would be a felony offense. Correct?
Again, not a lawyer, but I would think it could be. Sure.
Now, it's fair to say that from age 13 on, and are you aware of all the numerous violations and discipline that occurred? I think something on the order of 35 or so incidents while he was in elementary school. Did you see that in your review of the record?
I did not see that many. What I saw was there were a fair number of disrespects to teachers. These were later the ones that I recall, and I saw warned about play fighting in the hall, and that's what I recall. I'll be happy to review anything you want to show me.
Okay. Do you recall the incident when he was a freshman at Madison High School where he basically was kicked out of school for smack talking to a teacher?
Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that once he's 13, he moves on and he's aging, okay, and then we know that he becomes, I guess, starts dealing drugs, correct?
It's about age 20, I think, or about that time later on, but yeah.
Right, and he's saying he's making about, what, $1,200 a week doing that?
He did say that, yes.
Okay, that's a lot of money, isn't it?
Yeah, fair amount.
Yeah. And that probation was violated. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are you aware that he was kicked out of the drug rehab program for cussing out the woman who ran the lab testing?
I knew that yes, I did know that.
Okay. So then he, and at this time too, are you familiar with his work history?
I don't know what you mean by familiar. It's a few relatively low-level short-term, they were short-term jobs. I don't think there was anything more than like about 4 months.
Well, and that's consistent with his entire life. Isn't that fair to say?
Yeah, he hasn't had long-term employment. I agree with you.
Right. I mean, I think his own mother and the wife of the girlfriend of his ex-girlfriend, the mother of his child, both said he couldn't keep a job. Would that be consistent with what your understanding is?
Yes, that would be, sure.
Okay. So then he gets together with Saharia, and were you made aware of the incident at the hospital when his son is born?
That's the glancing at the sun, I think, is right. That's my recollection. Go ahead and refresh my memory.
Or causing a disturbance in the lobby of the hospital because he insisted the child was not his.
There was a lot of jealousy and to the point of being kind of paranoid about Saharia's fidelity. You're right about that.
Yeah, and he wanted a DNA test.
Yes, he did. He did want that. That's correct.
And are you aware that the first time he met her relatives and her father, he introduces himself by saying, "I'm on probation for crack cocaine"?
Now, I didn't know how he introduced himself. No, I wouldn't know that.
You didn't watch or you didn't read the transcripts from the trial?
No, not hers. No.
Okay. Well, you didn't do that for Elroy Brown either, apparently. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
All right. So, Saharia then, they go out, and are you aware of the numerous instances that Saharia detailed to this jury of verbal and physical abuse by Otis McKane?
Yes.
Okay. How many instances are you aware of?
I don't know how many she said. He actually admitted to at least 2.
Well, he admitted to 2 to you?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that to other people he wouldn't admit to it. Are you aware of that?
And that may be, but he admitted to a couple of times, yes, he did.
Can you tell the members of the jury, from your familiarity from reading the records, what violent acts he perpetrated upon her?
Now, I believe it was slapping is what it was, or that's what he told me is my recollection. Of course, he did say that she tried to kill him and that sort of thing, like he told others. That I wouldn't know, but he did admit to that.
Is it fair to say that a lot of the information you're testifying about here today is based on the reliability, the validity, and the truthfulness of Otis McKane with you?
Not really. I know I can't entirely believe him. That's why we have all these other records and why we refer to what other people say, who, as you have pointed out, may have their own agendas.
Well, the other people are his mother and his sister, correct?
Well, in Saharia, there are a lot of people. Look, there are a lot of people who may have their own agendas. Now, at least some of what she said is true because he confirms it.
Did you talk to Saharia?
No, but I know from what the reported testimony.
Did you speak to Christian Fields?
No, I didn't speak to
Did you
her.
attempt to speak to Christian Fields?
I asked to, but I was told that we couldn't, not able to contact her, but I did want.
Why was
I
that?
wanted to.
Why didn't you talk to her?
They couldn't find her. They couldn't get her to talk to them, or at least anymore. I think a long time ago that she may have talked to an investigator, but anymore they couldn't locate her or get her to cooperate.
Right. Well, she
Now
did.
with them, of course, they're the defense.
Yeah, she did give a videotaped statement to Detective Duke. Did you watch that statement?
Right. No, and I did not see that.
Okay. Well, I guess if you had watched that statement, then you would know that she was with him all that day and the day after the murder.
Again, consistent with what he said, but yes.
So then, what did he tell you about that?
Well, he said they had just gotten married that morning, and again, because he didn't admit to committing this crime, there wasn't much to tell. But I mean, he was with her for part of it.
Did you read or review the extensive mail, in this case, letter communications back and forth between Otis McKane and an individual named John Davis?
No, I did not.
Okay. If that communication contained somebody who had hatred for law enforcement and the system and society, and it was a long-term communication back and forth, do you think that might be important for you to know?
I think it's significant. He certainly discussed with me his distrust of law enforcement when we talked. He talked about that, so it wouldn't be a shock.
No, it would be significant in your analysis, I would think, considering the fact that he executed a police officer in front of the police station. Wouldn't you think?
Oh, sure. I think that is relevant. Sure.
Okay. wouldn't you think it would be significant that the last violent act, and would you agree with this? His violence has been escalating since the age of 13. Correct?
Well, there's more than at age 13. Again, you got to look at the context, and you got to look at, I don't know, there's a number of factors to look at. To just say escalating makes it sound like there's simply a straight stair step up. Now, this is a massive step, what he took, but far more than he had been engaged in before that as an adult, certainly, or as a teenager. So that's very unusual. Usually there's an escalating pattern of more and more and more, but that sudden step up from some domestic violence, horrendous as that is, it is horrendous, but the sudden escalation to the death of a police officer, that's unusual. So just so it doesn't appear that it's like this gradual step up in an ongoing process that is inevitably going to continue, because we don't know that.
Well, let me ask you then about homicidal ideation. If he pulls a knife on his cousin at age 13 and says, I wanted to cut him, and was chasing him, and his sister was so concerned about that she called the police herself, that could be potentially homicidal ideation if his intent was to cause serious bodily injury. Would you agree with that?
Well, it's homicidal if he wanted to kill, not what he said. Could it have been in his mind? Sure, but that's speculative.
And, well, in order to determine what's in somebody's mind, a lot of times we need to look at what they say, correct?
That would be part of it, sure.
Yeah, and his actions would be part of it too, correct?
Oh, yes.
So if he's chasing somebody with a 12-inch butcher knife and doesn't drop it when the police come and says, I wanted to cut him, then we might be able to reasonably assume he had homicidal ideation in his mind.
No, that assumption. First of all, he didn't persist enough to actually make contact, number one. And secondly, like you said, assume. It's an assumption. I don't think you can assume that.
Okay, do you know what happened that day, Doctor?
Yes.
You know
I know
what
the
happened
account.
that day?
Well, I know the account. That's all I can tell you is I know the account.
Okay, so you don't know what happened that day, correct?
Well, no more than you do, I suppose.
Well, I'm the one asking you. You do not know.
Well, I can't know. I wasn't a witness in that sense.
Right.
I know the reports. You're asking me to reflect on the reports.
That's what I mean. Now let's go back to Saharia. You were talking about maybe slapping her in the face. Did he tell you about the different occasions in which he choked her?
I had heard of those, but not from him.
Okay. Well, you didn't mention that just earlier when I was asking about.
No, I didn't hear it. Those are other reports, but
Okay.
not from him. That's correct.
You just mentioned slapping. Why
That's
didn't
right.
you mention the choking?
Because that's what he corroborated.
He told you he did choke her?
No,
Okay.
the slapping.
Okay. So we have evidence that he choked her, but you're saying he denied doing it.
No, I didn't say that either, sir.
Where'd you hear the choking?
But because I've heard accounts of the testimony that there's evidence that this happened, for instance, that's where it's coming from.
Okay, more than once.
Yes.
Okay. And let's talk about the evidence of him threatening to kill Saharia and their child.
Okay.
Okay. Are you familiar with that evidence?
I know that was testified to. That's all I know about it.
Okay. Well, did you hear the evidence? Did
No.
you hear the testimony?
No.
Did you read a transcript of it?
No, I only got one transcript like that.
Do you-
No, I'm sorry, two.
Do you know the circumstances under which it occurred?
No.
That might be important, wouldn't it?
Could be.
Could be. Did you hear? There's a tape of him threatening to kill her. Were you aware of that?
Yes, and as I offered earlier when we spoke, I'm willing to listen to any of that. I'd like to listen to it if you think it's really significant.
Well, Doctor, you're here to testify about the issue of danger and risk, and you're asking me to supply you with materials in order to formulate your opinion?
If you want to have an honest and open discussion about the actual evidence, that's what you can do. And that's why I offer to do that.
Do you think that would have been important for you as an expert who's coming here before this jury to testify in a capital murder case, to be familiar with the testimony that this man, who you've already testified to, now predictions are going to be all wrong, that this man threatened to kill Saharia and their child?
It's relevant to what's taken place in the past. But the other relevance to it is he going to be around Saharia again ever? Is he going to be around his child again ever? Is he going to have an opportunity to do that? That seems relevant as well. Now, are these bad acts? Oh, they're bad acts. Look, these things have to make someone angry. At the same time, do they predict what he's going to do in prison? He's not going to have access to those victims, sir.
Doctor, this is more than bad acts. This is a threat to kill somebody.
Yes.
Would you agree with that?
That's what I've heard, that he made that threat, sure.
Sure, and it really would have been important for you to know every detail about that incident, don't you think?
I'd say helpful. No one ever has any detail. I mean, every detail about particular incidents. At the same time, as I understand it, beyond a certain point, he respected a restraining order. It's a mixed bag. Are these ideations that bother you? Yeah, it bothers me. Could he not have ignored the restraining order and done more? I think he could. You see what I'm saying? It's like, if you're wanting to stair-step that into he must be a future danger because he threatened something awful that no one would like, yeah, I agree with that. That's upsetting, but it's not a prediction of future danger or a probability of future danger, especially when he has no access to that victim.
Do you think the ideation would have bothered Saharia?
Yes.
And what year were you retained on this case? How many years have you been on this case?
I think it's like 2017.
Okay. So you've been on this case roughly 4 years, correct?
Close to, yes.
Okay. Then you're aware that there was a protective order and that he pled guilty and was put on probation for domestic violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now he kills Detective Marconi. That is definitely escalating from what he did at 13 years of age, correct?
Yeah, much more severe, of course.
Yeah. And isn't it true that in determining whether or not somebody's a danger, past behavior is the best determiner of future violence?
That's been said, but at the same time, the studies don't entirely show that.
Doctor, isn't that just common sense?
Common sense can be wrong, sir, and that common sense was wrong. It's been shown by the research. Now, does it make you more worried about that person than somebody else? Oh, sure it does. At the same time, it's not a probability.
By the way, the research you're talking about, you mentioned the Eden study on lack of remorse and denial of the offense. Are you aware they only followed those people for 1 year?
That's correct.
Okay.
They only had 1 year. That's accurate.
Yeah. You didn't tell the jury that, though, did you?
Well, there's a lot about that study. We can go through the whole thing.
This kind of sidebar, argumentative questions. You can just ask him questions. I didn't ask him that to tell the jury. He
It's
just
cross-examination, as Mr. Pettis is so ready to say.
All right, let's get the next question.
So, on November 20th, 2016, did you watch, let's start with the first video of when Otis McKane goes to the San Antonio Police Department at 7:30 in the morning. Okay? Are you with me?
Yes.
All right. Did you watch that video?
That I did not see.
So you don't know that he was driving around the station in a predatory-like manner, around and around? You're not aware of that because you didn't see it?
Well, sir, predatory is your characterization. I don't know what the intent was, but regardless, we know how it ended up.
And do you think that might have been important for you in telling this jury whether or not he is going to constitute a danger down the road?
That alone, I can't say that it would make much of a difference.
Well, I'm not saying that alone. I'm saying that in conjunction with everything else that apparently we need to look at. I'm talking about in toto. Do you think it would have been important for you to do that in order to give the best informed decision to this jury?
I don't see how it would make a difference because the research remains the same.
well, now I'm not talking about the research. You keep going back to the research. I'm talking about individual characteristics for violence. Are you with me?
Yes.
Okay, that's why I was asking you about what he did when he was 13, what he did to Saharia, when he threatened to kill Saharia and their child. Okay, so now we're moving on to when he graduates to capital murder. Okay?
Okay.
So, are you aware when he went into the station that morning, there was no evidence from the person at the desk who was dealing with him that he appeared to be under the influence or in a psychotic state?
I'm not a mental health professional, but that may be how they perceived it, sure.
And you're aware that he goes in there, he asks for an officer, and then he quickly leaves.
Yes.
All right. And then he returns,
Yes.
correct? Okay. So then let's talk about the second video, wherein he is engaging in predatory-like behavior. And I'm using that word, that word's been testified to by some witnesses who called him a predator, who said he was acting in a predator-like fashion. So, can you tell the members of the jury what you saw on the second video when Mr. McKane comes back approximately, I don't know, 3.5 hours?
But I didn't see this video, and I'd be happy to look at it right now if you want to show it to me.
Doctor, you were hired in 2017, correct?
Yes.
On a capital murder case of a police officer, correct?
Yes.
The best evidence of that is you're aware the murder was caught on videotape.
Yes.
Okay. And you've never watched it?
I have never seen that particular video, no.
Okay. Then I take it that when Mr. McKane runs up to Detective Marconi's car, carrying a gun in his hand, and Detective Marconi is seated in his vehicle with his back to Otis McKane, and he's occupied with the person who he's pulled over and he's dealing with a ticket. And then he's shot 2 times at close range. And that's caught on video.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see that portion either.
It's been an asked and answered, Donna. He already said he didn't see the video. How many times do you need to ask?
There's different videos. Did you see that video?
I didn't see any video of the shooting, no. I did not see that.
Let me ask you this, just from a kind of a common sense standard, doctor. Particularly, I guess, in Texas or kind of anywhere. If you run up and sneak up on somebody from behind and you kind of hit them or shoot them from the back, what's the word that's commonly given for an act like that?
You're trying to lead to predatory. It wouldn't have been necessarily what came to my mind. He was trying to be, I think, stealthy is the word that comes to my mind. You could probably apply lots of words to it.
Well, I agree with you, and stealth I would agree with you, could apply. Predator, would you agree you could apply?
I wouldn't say, it depends on what you mean by that word. It makes it sound like, predators in nature stalk and kill person after person after bird, or animal after animal, prey after prey after prey. I don't know that that's necessarily applicable to him. He obviously sought to do this. It was kind of a crazy crime, frankly. There wasn't much chance of evading detection or arrest, and yet he does this. And so I just have to wonder about the thought process with that, too.
Well,
I wonder how wise any of that was. So
let me ask you
what
this.
was his thought process?
You didn't see the crime.
No, I didn't, but I'm talking about the simple circumstances. Please, sir, don't interrupt me, if you don't mind. I didn't see that, but to do all this on video or not to check that out or do it in front of a police station, there's not a lot of awareness there's not a lot of real planning in that.
You weren't with
so
Otis McKane.
in that sense, sir, in that sense, it doesn't seem a very carefully planned, thought out crime.
You weren't with Otis McKane that day.
No, of course not, no.
You don't know what was in his mind.
Other than wanting to kill that officer, no,
That's
I wouldn't. And apparently he was concerned about the lack of access to his son. He was concerned about that. But yes, those things were in his mind. Now, beyond that, we don't entirely know. Wasn't a very well thought out crime, I can tell you that.
Well, you were taking me to task for using the term predator. You could probably have a better opinion on that if you'd watched the killing, correct?
Well, I might. I offer to watch it. Let's watch it, and we'll see whether it's predatory or not.
I'm talking about your preparation for your testimony here today under oath.
Yes.
Okay? Is it your general practice that you rely on the opposing side to provide you with the evidence in order to form your opinion?
Well, not necessarily. The concern here is that I don't see what it would add. Now, you can tell me what you think it would add. You want to apply a term to it. I get that. But that's your term. I don't know that would have come to my mind. To see him kill the officer, we know what happened.
You don't see what it would add. That would let you, don't you think that would give you some insight into the actions and the potential intent? If he fled, what does flight mean after somebody
Oh, well,
commits a crime?
that's knowledge. He knew the wrongfulness of what he had done. He knew it was wrong. No, I think there's not much question about that. So that's what I ascribe to that behavior.
There's no question he knew right from wrong.
That's true. Yes.
Yeah, there's no question that when he did that because he wanted to do it.
He did, and again, you can talk about his mental status, but still, I agree with you. That is what he wanted to do. Yes.
Right, and you don't know what his mental status was.
Well, not in more detail than what we've talked about. I don't think it could have been very good based on all the drugs he had done, but at the same time, did he not know wrongfulness? He knew wrongfulness.
Doctor, you have no idea how many drugs he had done that day, do you?
I can't know exactly what he had done that day. However, his mental status when he was evaluated by the mental health evaluator was not, it really wasn't normal, even for somebody who was agitated about what was going on around him, because there were symptoms there, or potentially symptoms. Again, I can't go to the point of probability, but at least consistent with a psychotic state, because the assessor recorded tangentiality. Now, that is a technical term. That's applied to people with psychosis sometimes. Was that him, or was he just agitated from drugs or the situation? Harder to know. He was also emotionally labile. Now, that's a technical term too, which means the emotions are going up and down. May account for why he would confess and express remorse, and then try to boast, and then express remorse again. That doesn't make sense either, this up and down, or, most cold psychopaths can keep a consistent story for some period of time. That's unusual too. I have to say, I wonder if it wasn't the drugs affecting him.
Doctor, you just said to this jury that he knew the difference between right and wrong. He knew what he was doing when he killed him. And now you're saying the next day he's suffering from psychosis?
No, he may have been that day, but you can know right from wrong and still suffer from psychosis, sir.
Psychosis is a break from reality, correct?
It is, but those people can still know right from wrong. This is something taught in elementary forensic psychiatry training. People can be out of contact with reality and still know wrongfulness.
Doctor, you have no idea what his mental state was on November 20th, correct?
It wouldn't be accurate to say no idea, but it would be accurate to say a precise idea. No, I don't have that kind of idea.
And you have no idea what drugs, if any, he was using on November 20th?
On that specific day, no.
Okay. The next day, you have no idea what drugs, if any, he was using the next day?
I can't tell you what he used on that day. I mean, the effects are not always limited to
And
the half-life of the drug.
On November 19th, the day before the killing, you have no idea what drugs, if any, he was using?
No, not specifically, you're right.
Okay. And are you aware that when they searched him, no drugs were found? Are you aware of that?
I believe that's right, yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that when his home was searched, no drugs were found?
Well, was that because he used them all, or was it because he didn't have any and hadn't used any?
Do you-
Now we're back to speculation. It could be either. I don't know.
Is the answer to my question no?
I don't know of any drugs being found. That's to my knowledge.
So the answer to the question is no.
To my knowledge, yeah, that's correct.
And when they searched his car, there were no drugs found.
I don't believe there were. No, that's right.
And when they searched his girlfriend's house, there were no drugs found.
That I don't know.
And when they searched her car, there were no drugs found.
And that I wouldn't know either. But
Why wouldn't you know that?
I suppose she wasn't that. I wasn't given that information.
That information is in the police reports,
It might be.
but you're not aware of it.
Nope, I do not know that.
Did you read all the police reports in this case?
No, I did not read all the police reports.
Have you seen the video? Let's fast forward to like 2 o'clock, 2:30 in the afternoon, when Mr. McKane is ditching his car about 3/4 of a mile away from his home.
I didn't see that video, no sir.
Okay, but you're aware that that act was caught on video?
Yes,
Okay. And you're aware he's seen on video walking away from his car and towards his apartment carrying a pair of boots. Are you aware of that?
yes,
But you didn't see that video.
I did not see that video.
That night, he and his fiancee, who, there's evidence, by the way, he says, hey, let's get married because then they can't talk to you. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. What does that indicate to you?
Again, he's wanting to hide evidence.
That's pretty cunning, isn't it?
It's kind of foolish, actually, is what it is, because it doesn't really apply, I think. But it's some ability to think like, oh, there's evidence here, and I don't want her to supply any. So, I mean, he knew enough to know that. Absolutely, he did.
Do you think most people would be aware of the husband-wife privilege and that the wife couldn't be called to testify against him?
Depends on how much television you watch.
So you can't agree that that shows cunning and planning on his part?
I don't know how cunning it was. It seems naive because I think mostly it doesn't hold up. But regardless, that's what I understand too. That it mostly doesn't hold up. Is there some awareness that he needed to hide the guilt and the evidence? Yeah, there is. Sure.
So they go to a hotel that night. They don't go back to their apartments. You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of where they go?
Is it the Econo Lodge, I think?
Yes, sir. Did you watch the video?
I did not see that video.
Okay. If you'd seen the video, then maybe you could opine or give us some insight possibly on whether or not you think he's in a psychotic state, correct?
Well, maybe being the operative word, but unless there's much recorded, I don't know if it would tell me a great deal.
Yeah, but
Psychotic people can't actually go to a lodge. Now, again, I want you to recall, I'm not saying reasonable probability he was. Could he have been? Yeah, he could have been.
You were that hotel room was searched and no drugs were found?
I don't recall if I heard that. I heard a lot of things I may have.
Okay, so let's fast forward to the next day, November 21st. Do you know what he did on November 21st?
I know about the going to the police station. I know about the shooting. I know about, or I'm sorry, that's on the 20th, but I know about being arrested on the 21st, I mean.
Anything else happened significant in his life on the 21st?
That was the marriage then, right?
Yes, sir. There was a video of that. Did you watch that video?
I did not see the video.
If you had, it might give you some potential insight into his state of mind, his physical condition, his demeanor.
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. But if you don't watch it, you can't opine on that at all, correct?
You can't opine on what that behavior was. That's correct.
So, let's fast forward a little bit more. Otis McKane and his brand new wife are pulled over by the San Antonio SWAT team. It was caught on video.
Yes.
Okay. Did you watch that video?
No, I had extensive accounts of it in the transcript I read, but no, I did not watch the video.
What do you think might be better, reading an account or watching the actual event while it's happening?
I don't know. It depends because I had the officer's viewpoint from the transcript, or actually more than one officer's viewpoint from the transcript. But they both are helpful. Let's just say that. I don't think either one is necessarily superior. It depends on what you want to find out.
You know, Doctor, I don't mean to bicker, but let's be completely honest. It's much better to see a videotape of an event rather than somebody's secondhand rendition of it in writing. Isn't that just plain common sense?
A lot of times that might be true. I'm just saying, I know I've seen lots of these accounts of the videos. Sometimes you miss things. You don't know what people were thinking. You don't know how many officers were there. You don't know who was drawing guns, which is what he complained about. He complained about being fired at, but there was a concussion grenade. There's a lot of that you can miss on the video. But you see what I'm saying? I think they're both valuable. They're not. I would not say one is necessarily superior. They're both valuable if you want to find out what happened.
So you agree one was valuable, the video, but you just didn't watch it?
I think it can be valuable. Again, it's what do you want to prove with it? The thing is, in any of these cases, the information is extensive. And if you not having it all is routine, actually, the question is what would it prove? Like I say, if you want to discuss it, we'll talk about it. I'm not sure it would add to any understanding. If it does and you want to discuss it, I'm happy.
Is it fair to say in any event in life when you're talking about some issue or discussing some issue, the more information you have, the better your informed opinion is going to be?
Typically, sure.
And in forensic psychiatry, I would think that would be especially true.
Well, sure, it's always helpful.
So, Mr. McKane is brought in to the interrogation room, and Detective Duke starts to question him. Did you see that video?
Yes.
And on that video, you saw that his Miranda rights were read to him.
Yes.
Okay. And you saw that they asked him if he understood his rights, and he said he did.
Yes.
And then the deputy police chief came in and asked him, were your rights read to you? And he said yes.
Yes, I believe that's all true.
And then he said, did you understand your rights? And Mr. McKane said, yes. Right?
Right.
Okay. And are you aware now, after the conviction, Mr. McKane is asserting to his friends and family that the state of Texas doctored that video to insert the Miranda warnings being read to him?
I didn't know about that allegation specifically. I know he feels that, I don't know how to put it, evidence was fabricated, in some way altered. I know he feels that way. Or I've been told that. He didn't tell me that exactly, but I know that he says these things.
Well, just like, do you know, once again, after the verdict, concerning his car, we had someone from NASA come in to testify to their attempts to enhance images or see what they could do with capturing the images and enhancing them. And he is asserting to anyone who will listen that the person from NASA doctored those images to make that car at the police station look like his.
Well, that assertion I hadn't heard specifically.
Those things are very consistent with somebody who won't take responsibility, correct?
Well, you are trying to kill him, sir. He's going to tend to try to desperately hope that doesn't happen.
Does that mean he can lie?
No, it really doesn't. I'm not for lying under any circumstance, but at the same time, unless you've had experience with a teenager and they're all psychopaths, you don't necessarily ascribe antisocial personality to a teenager who lies to avoid responsibility, do you? Or even as adults, I hate to say, but we often try to avoid responsibility, and that is not always antisocial. Now, in this case, the stakes are so incredibly high, you can understand it. Am I for it? No.
Well, I don't understand it. Are you saying that you understand it?
What I'm saying is people tend to avoid responsibility, and the higher the stakes, the more they do that. Now, what I'm trying to say is I'm thinking you're wanting to relate this to antisocial personality disorder criteria, and you can only expect people to try to avoid a horrendous consequence. Now, does that make it right? Not exactly. But is it sort of understandable or necessarily consistent with the rest of the person's life? Not necessarily.
You talked about, this man's not a teenager.
No.
He's 35 years old. Right?
Yes.
His prefrontal cortex is fully developed, and he knew exactly what he was doing on November 20th, 2016.
Well, as much as his substance abuse would allow it to, and even the poverty can have an impact on that. You can ask your experts. They know this. So unfortunately, those things could have had an effect. Now, as far as myelination, that ends at about age 26. I think that's what you're referring to. But there does tend to be some developmental arrest when people use drugs a lot.
You keep going back to this excuse that the drug usage is excusing his actions.
Excuse is your term. That's not my term, sir.
Well, I think you're the one who's been talking about how we can't predict. But
Well,
let
you
me
are-
ask you
I'll
this.
give you a minute to take your vote.
Before we get into the confession and what he says, I'd like to ask you a few questions on that. Yeah. I'm going to be asking you about antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic disorder, and paranoia. You're familiar with those, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. And these are out of the...
These are exhibits that have not, you must publish to the jury.
It's demonstrative evidence that I'm going to use to cross-examine the witness. He just said he's familiar with them.
Well, we don't know what it is.
Okay, here's-
A book, a magazine, a comic book, what?
I just told you what it was.
Then I would present it to the witness, Your Honor, so he can identify it and they can talk about it all they want to up there.
Yes.
May I approach the judge?
Yes.
Dr. Crowder, if you could take a look at those and tell me if you recognize what those are.
So the first one is cluster B personality disorder in general, and then we include antisocial, narcissistic. There's part of paranoid here. That's part of cluster A personality disorders, of course.
Okay.
So these are some of the criteria for the personality disorders
Right.
you're talking about.
Okay, and I'd like to discuss some of the criteria with you. So this sets out the criteria, and the jury can see what the criteria is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, let me go ahead and put that up so everybody
Okay.
can see. Thank you. You can watch there on your... You testified extensively about antisocial personality disorder. And that number 3 there, because it says that if you get 3 of the 7, then that can constitute.
Well, the other criteria have to be met, but yes.
Okay. And antisocial personality disorder, it's not a mental illness, correct?
Kind of debatable, but it's considered to be different from more traditional mental illnesses like major depression or schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, that's accurate.
It's considered to be a mental condition, correct?
It is.
And it's lifelong.
Typically, yes.
And
It can remit, actually. It does remit sometimes. There was research about that too, but it can remit, but some are lifelong for sure.
It's notoriously difficult to treat.
Yeah, that's true.
So let's talk about the diagnostic criteria. Number one, failure to conform to social norms with respect to lawful behaviors, as indicated by repeatedly performing acts that are grounds for arrest. You're aware, I think we already went over it, the attacking and threatening to stab his cousin with a knife at the age of 13, correct?
Yeah, we're aware of that, sure.
Okay, you're aware of him selling drugs like cocaine and marijuana and crack, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're aware of the domestic violence incidents with Saharia,
Yes.
okay? And I guess now you're aware of the threat to kill Saharia and the child, correct?
Yes.
All right. You're aware, even though you didn't watch the video, you're aware of the capital murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware he's been convicted of the capital murder,
Yes.
okay? And you're aware of the assault on the bailiff in this court.
Yes.
All right. Now, before I go on to the others, that reminds me of, you were asked about a provocation because you told this jury that in your opinion, Mr. McKane was provoked to attack the bailiff, correct?
As it was described to me, sir.
And how was the provocation described to you?
Standing close to him, getting in his face and calling him a coward.
All right. Would you agree with me that if you run up and shoot somebody from behind, that can constitute a cowardly act?
Yeah, somewhat. Again, specific acts like that, you could characterize them so many ways accurately. In a way, that's correct. Kind of true.
Doctor, I'm just asking you if it can be constituted that way. I'm sure we can argue back and forth, but that is one way to describe the act of attacking somebody from behind, correct?
Yeah, that could be accurate, sure.
Okay, so if in closing argument, I'm describing for the jury a factual matter that he was a coward when he shot Detective Marconi 2 times in the head, it's your testimony that provoked him to attack a bailiff.
What I'm saying, it was a provocative act. And I have to say that this is a known tactic. It's been used for many years to try to provoke a defendant so that they act out, and then it's easier to win the case. Now, that's my concern is what was happening. To tell the jury that, you need not have stood close to him in his face or to have name-called him right there. So simply to communicate information or your view, that did not seem necessary. Now, I know, again, I didn't see that myself. If you want to play that, we can see it and see if it was provocative, but it can provoke people.
This occurred maybe 2.5 hours before he went after the bailiff. All right? Does that make a difference to you?
That was not my understanding, that it was like shortly before they retired to consider their verdict, and of course they came back very quickly. Now that's my understanding.
Okay. Well, actually, the chronology was I argued first, and then 2 defense lawyers argued, and then Ms. Strauss closed out the arguments. And then the jury went to deliberate. So there was a good deal of time between when I called him a coward and when he went after the bailiff. But my question to you is this. If he was provoked, why didn't he go after me?
But there's more time than that. I mean, there's more, not just more time, but there's also another event. There's another event. There's an intervening event, and that was the verdict being revealed. So that was the ultimate final provocation. Did the other provocation perhaps play in? Yeah, could have.
Why did he go after another law enforcement agent in uniform, unprovoked?
Well, not provoked by that officer, certainly.
Right.
But that was the person nearest him. Is there something about law enforcement that he resents? This is what you're leading to, I think. And yeah, there could be. He had a sense that he was being persecuted to some extent. You're right.
Well, Doctor, it's not that it could be. You heard his own words in the confession. He went after the police department, right?
Yes, and he did, absolutely.
So there is no could be. Let's be straight up about it.
No, I agree with you. That was that. You just have to factor that in with why does he spend 4.5 years not hurting any of the other law enforcement officers he has access to. It's not as simple as, law enforcement officer Otis attacks. It's a whole situation here. There is a provocation. There is a reading of the verdict. There is a realization about what that means. Now, I have to say, those things all coming together probably led to this. Not one of them.
Are you saying that when the jury decided he was guilty, that was a provocation to him?
I didn't call it a provocation, but it did precipitate that hearing the verdict. It's not about the jury per se. It's about he hears the verdict and he knows what that must mean. So that is stressful for anyone.
Well, let's talk about stress. Being in the Texas Department of Corrections for the rest of your life can be a stressful event. Would you agree with that?
It can be. There's also the term institutionalization, which means people become used to the environment, cope with it, and do fine, which he actually did for a long time in jail. But yes, it can be stressful, certainly at times, and things can happen. I'm not going to deny that. At the same time, people get used to it or cope.
So the answer to my question is yes.
Can it be stressful, as that was the question?
Yes, sir.
Can it be? Yes,
That
it
was
can
my
be,
question.
certainly.
Okay. And let's get back for a minute to the jail. You're aware he is in solitary 23 hours a day and gets 1 hour out.
I don't know if it's that may be right. I know he's housed in a segregated area, so I don't know about the 23 versus more hours or less hours in. But yes, he's in a segregated area. I'm aware of that.
Okay. Well, if I tell you that we've had somebody, a supervisor from the jail, testify to exactly that, would you?
I have no reason to disagree.
Okay. And really, opportunities for danger are you kind of have to take a look at what their opportunity is. If he's in a jail for 23 hours a day, and when he comes out, he's accompanied by a couple of guards or he's restrained, opportunities for, and he's not allowed to have any contact with any other inmates while he's out. That really constricts his opportunities.
It constricts. I know he's had more opportunities than that. I observed one, at least actually more than one, in which he did not have two guards. There was none of that. He was actually unhandcuffed for my examination. He walks out, he sits on the benches waiting for the officers to come and take him where he's going. In fact, he did have opportunities. I think you have to be honest about that too. And in the videotaped confession, he asks for the handcuffs to be adjusted. They actually take the handcuffs off. Both hands are free. He stretches the arm he said was developing a Charlie horse. Doesn't hit anyone. Let's just admit too, he's had opportunities he didn't act on.
Has anybody said that he's going to be violent 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
No, it's a reasonable probability, or a probability is the criterion.
Okay, well, a reasonable probability, how about this? We know without a doubt he's a danger because 44 seconds after the jury walked out after rendering their verdict, he went after another law enforcement agent. We don't have to speculate about whether he might.
Judge, I'm going to object to him testifying. He can ask questions and have the witness answer them. He cannot testify.
Well, you can rephrase the question.
Did you see that act?
I did.
That was a dangerous act
Correct.
after he was convicted.
That's correct.
Okay. So there's no speculation about whether he might. We know he did.
On that occasion, absolutely he did.
Okay. 44 seconds after he's convicted.
Objecting to ask an answer, Your Honor.
Again, I don't know the time, but yes, very shortly.
So I want to go back to TDC. If he gets life without parole, there's been testimony that on the housing unit, there's 144 inmates who are guarded by one unarmed guard. okay? Are you with me so far?
Yes.
And sometimes those guards are women. And have you done work, or are you somewhat familiar with the prison culture or prison setting?
I'll say somewhat familiar, yes, somewhat.
Well, it's fair to say it can be a very macho atmosphere, correct?
Some people are like that there, yes they are.
Okay. So if he gets provoked and wants to go after somebody because I called him a coward, what kind of language do you think is thrown around in the Texas Department of Corrections?
Or may have already been thrown around, but I understand that there may be provocative language. There must have been provocative language through much of his life, and yet, I don't know, limited.
The fact of the matter, Doctor, is this man has a lot of triggering mechanisms, doesn't he?
Well, we know about Saharia, that's a trigger for him, and the loss of access to a summon is blaming the system for that. Yes, we know about those, and then we do have the verdict, so you're right, we have those three that we know of.
And we know of law enforcement.
Well, and that's, yeah, the system, I'm including that, but yes, that's right, the system, he blames them.
And we know of being called a coward, even if it might be justifiably said. That's another triggering mechanism for him.
You have to think that it might have contributed, sure.
Sure. So you really can't sit here and tell this jury, you have no idea what his triggering mechanisms may be when he is with 143 other people in the Texas Department of Corrections.
But don't forget that this is a person standing in his face who wants to kill him, who has announced an intention to have him dead. Saying that, you got to admit it's more provocative than somebody down the hall at TDC. Now, I just think that's more provocative, and these circumstances are certainly more stressful. Are these other things a concern? Sure they would be.
When you were talking about him being around other guards that you've observed and he hasn't attacked them, he had a lot of motivation not to. Would you agree?
So he could control himself, basically, is what you're saying. But
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying because he
well, it's because he was adequately motivated to control himself. But
no, I'm saying because he hadn't been convicted yet.
well, he hadn't been, and that could have been motivation. That's correct. He's been led in and out a few times, no attacks.
Doctor, you've dealt with a lot of people who are accused of crime,
Yes.
people who've been convicted of crime,
Yes.
right? And you know, you can tell this jury that they know part of their motivation is I haven't been convicted yet, so I got to behave. Correct?
Oh, that can be, absolutely, yes.
Sure,
Many of them know that and they feel that way.
Sure, because they know the jury gets to hear about any bad behavior.
That's right.
Okay, so once they're convicted, what is his motivation now not to go after law enforcement? And there's going to be a lot of law enforcement in TDC. You would recognize that.
Well, his motivation might be that historically he has actually been relatively compliant, even when he had multiple opportunities. So it's not like law enforcement every time. It was conviction and perhaps this provocation that contributed to that. Now those were the unique circumstances. He's been let out many times, in and out. He's had opportunities every time.
So you're saying because he doesn't go after a law enforcement officer every time he has an opportunity, that means in your mind that he's not a risk?
No, I didn't say not. Attorneys tend to want to make everything black and white. All or nothing, not a risk, is a risk. We're talking about probability. I'm just saying that so far this evidence doesn't necessarily reach the level of what you would call probability. Does it reach the level of possibility? Does it reach the level of concern? Sure. Absolutely it does. I agree with what you're saying.
Well, Doctor, you've already said we've gone beyond probability. Remember when he attacked the bailiff? We're way beyond probability. We know he committed a dangerous act against a law enforcement officer, correct?
We know for one event, but just like we knew for the 588 Furman acquittees who, in your theory, had no further motivation to conform and yet mostly did. So, in fact, your thought doesn't work out in this microcosm that we see here. Is it a concern? Sure, I don't want to minimize that. But at the same time, it just doesn't play out that necessarily is predictive.
It's totally predictive. We all saw him do it.
I mean, Your Honor, now he's getting argumentative.
Would
He
you
already
agree with that?
He already disagreed. He already said he saw it. We know everybody saw it. He's getting argumentative, Your Honor.
I'll sustain.
Doctor, so let's go to the confession and well, let's go back to the APD. So we already talked about number one. Number two, deceitfulness as indicated by repeated lying, use of aliases, or conning others for personal profit or pleasure. We know that he lied to the police that Saharia manufactured her own facial wound during the assault. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that he claimed that Saharia had made false reports about domestic violence in the past.
And I don't know exactly how much. Again, he only confirmed a couple to me, so you could call it that was dishonest.
Okay. You're aware of the manipulativeness he engaged in with Saharia regarding his son.
I'm not sure what you mean by the manipulativeness. Describe the behavior.
Well, are you aware that, like, when he was in jail in 2012, he would tell his mother to tell Saharia that he was at home? He said, don't tell her I'm in jail. Make her think I'm at home so she can go drop off my son. That was in a lot of the jail calls we gave the defense. Did you listen to that?
No, I didn't hear that. But that, I mean, would that be manipulative? Sure it would.
Okay. The lying to Detective Duke.
But Detective Duke said you've been super duper honest. I get what you're saying, and at first he did lie, but then he confessed. And the police officer said you've been super duper honest.
Doctor, does that mean we discount all the lies?
It does not. No, it does not.
Okay, so if he lied to Detective Duke 19 times on that tape, he lied.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, lies are lies.
That's what I'm asking you. That's deceitfulness. He lied to Detective Duke.
Deceitfulness is more of a trait rather than. Look, that's one situation where he was denying that he killed somebody to avoid the consequences. You can only expect it. Now, that is not necessarily a long-term thing. Now, it may be a long-term thing. That's harder to say, but was it deceitful then? Sure it was.
He lied to his mother and his family about his involvement in this killing.
Well, yeah, again, that's all this. It's all the same lie, essentially. It's the same lie repeated multiple times, and I agree with you. It is a lie, but it's the same lie oft repeated.
And it's evidence of deceitfulness.
It would be consistent with deceitfulness. By itself, it does not establish a personality feature. It's one lie about one event which is repeated many times.
He lied about the guards beating him up after the incident in the courtroom.
Yeah, or mistakenly took what they did, because he is a little bit over-suspicious, as you pointed out. So he may have been mistaken. How much of that was a lie exactly is harder to tell. May have been.
Did you hear his telephone conversation where he said the 8 guards beat him up?
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay. Let's move on to number 3. Irritability and aggressiveness is indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults.
That's number 4.
Oh, okay. Number 3, impulsivity or failure to plan ahead. His frequent temporary jobs as per his mother's history and Saharia's history. That would...
Yeah, the failure to plan ahead, I agree with.
Okay. So then, now let's go to irritability and aggressiveness is indicated by repeated physical fights or assaults. The frequent and repeated assaults on Saharia.
My concern about that is the substance abuse and how it affected it, but he was certainly very angry at her, no question.
Okay. Is there an exception?
And actually, you'll see it down below. You'll see the discussion about substance abuse down below. I don't think you included it here.
And there can be comorbid.
There can be.
Right? You can have antisocial personality disorder and have a substance abuse disorder also.
You can.
And that actually makes you even more dangerous.
Well, it could, depending on the kind of substance abuse and the symptoms it causes, sure.
Well, actually, the literature says it does make you more dangerous than not having the substance abuse disorder itself.
That would be associated. Yeah, I agree with that. That would
Okay.
be something I agree with, yeah.
So the repeated assaults on Saharia, the physical altercation with Saharia's father, and the assault on the bailiff. then I guess we could say reckless disregard for safety of others, trying to drive a car off the road with Sahari and his son in the vehicle, executing Detective Marconi, attacking the bailiff, and resisting the attempts to subdue him after he threw an elbow and tried to follow up with a punch to the bailiff.
Well, if anything, it goes to number 4, but this is like neglecting something like lets the kid wander off to the pool and drown to me. But what you're talking about to me goes with number 4, if any of them.
Consistent irresponsibility, his unstable work history,
I agree with that one.
his failure to maintain steady employment,
I agree with that.
his repeatedly not paying child support.
Yeah, I agree that he paid some apparently, but not nearly enough. So I agree with you.
Okay, well, yeah. Are you aware of how much he was in arrears?
It was a lot. All I know is it was a lot.
Okay. 7, lack of remorse. Okay, that's clear, correct?
He rationalizes some of the lack of remorse is actually, I think, hard for anyone to know. You can take individual statements and overgeneralize from them, but frankly, I don't know that anyone knows that. So he'll say he's remorseful and sorry, and he said that on more than one occasion, more than one person. On the other hand, he has this rather boastful attitude where he says he's happy he did it, or he rationalizes away that the responsibility is not entirely his, that it's really the system. So he does some of that. But as far as what he actually experiences, I don't think we necessarily know that, because we're not inside his head. You can take any of these statements, but I don't think you can generalize from one to the other.
Can you point out anywhere to me other than in the garage where he expressed remorse?
I can, yes. As a matter of fact, he expressed remorse. He expressed remorse to the interviewing detective. That's Detective Duke, correct?
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
He
He
did say
said,
that.
let me see if this refreshes your memory. He said something in,
The jury has heard the statement that was made on the video played by the state. For the prosecutor to try to paraphrase it is improper.
And the jury will remember the evidence they've observed and heard.
see if this sounds familiar, Doctor, and if I'm wrong, the jury can, that he said, I want to apologize, but something in my heart just won't let me.
I don't know if that was one quote, but there was more to it than that. Again, we can play it if there's a dissonance in our memories, but it seemed like he said more than that. That's my recollection, is that he said more than that. It's hard to remember the exact words because he said it more than once. But he said that there, and then he also said it to, he said he was sorry for it to the mental health evaluator. So he said it there. Now, here's the third thing. Again, what was actually in his mind or his heart, does anybody know? I don't. Nobody else necessarily does either. And then he also, I can tell you during my interviews, he didn't take responsibility for the killing. What he did express was that he was sorry for the sadness that had resulted. Now, he couldn't go any further than that, he didn't feel. But he did at least say that. More than once, really. He said it on 2 different occasions at least. So he said that much. Now, so there's expressions. We can quibble about how true that was or how true the boastfulness was. I don't think anybody really knows.
Well, words matter, don't they, Doctor?
Well, sure they do. They all matter, but all the words matter, not just some of them, not the ones picked and chosen.
Well, when he said the only thing that would soothe my heart was to beat somebody up or shoot somebody, that matters, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it does matter. Sure it does.
And he actually told Elroy Brown, the mental health therapist, that he felt justified in doing what he did.
In some ways, yes. That was the rationalized. And yet he says he was sorry. See, these things can coexist. And again, in the black and white world of lawyers, they don't. But I think people can be sorry, can at times deal with or accept a degree of responsibility, and at other times want to avoid consequences. This happens. You can see it even in kids or adolescents. You can see people struggling with themselves. So again, to paint it black and white or all or nothing, I think is inappropriate.
So let me just go through 7. The evidence, the factors in evidence showing 7 are his repeated claims of innocence for the offense made to you and everybody else, is rationalizing his offense behavior in his initial statement or interview when he says he was lashing out at the system because he was angry. And then referring to his unprovoked attack on the deputy as an altercation. Have you heard him describe that? That what happened when he went after him was an altercation?
I'm sorry, when he went
after the bailiff.
Oh. Have I heard Otis describe it as an altercation?
Yes.
No.
You saw it yourself. That wasn't an altercation. That was
It was in a sense, but was there a give and take or equal responsibility on both sides? No, there wasn't. I agree with you if that's what you mean.
Well, what I mean is it was a unilateral attack. Would you agree with that?
Well, yeah, sure. He initiated it, sure.
The DSM says if there's evidence of conduct order with onset before age 15, so we have the truancy and frequent academic issues without indication of learning disability or intellectual disability in the school records. We have the frequent, repeated discord with teachers and school staff. We have that he was disciplined from the 4th to the 9th grade, often for oppositional behavior. And we have at age 13 the terroristic threat and threatening to kill his cousin over a hamburger and slamming his head against the wall.
Oppositional is not the same as conduct disorder. They're two different entities, and the behaviors are different. And all the disrespect to teachers, again, undesirable, that is oppositional. That's not conduct disorder. Now, I know about the knife incident. It needs to be a more repeated conduct thing. The truancy didn't happen, as I understand it, until later on. There was some of that. It delayed his graduation, but didn't stop it. I think there was some, but I'm not aware of that happening early on. The accounts I got were that he was a relatively compliant, good kid. I don't have the other than some of this oppositional behavior. Is that there? Yeah, that's there. That's not conduct disorder, sir.
Well, so you're saying you weren't aware of the issues from 4th grade to 9th grade?
Well, I know there were disciplinary issues, but I believe, now you can correct me, and I'd like to see the record if you want to correct me. Just show me the record of the disciplinaries. As I understood, it was mostly being disrespectful.
Now we can go through narcissistic personality disorder.
Okay.
But ballparking it, he's a narcissist, isn't he? Is he not?
He's got at least features. Let's say features. Does he meet every individual criteria? I'm not sure he does. Does he have a sense of entitlement? He does. Does he have a somewhat grandiose sense of self-importance, overestimating his abilities to play in the NBA? I agree with that.
Okay. Well,
does he at times lack empathy for others? Yeah. He doesn't have, I wouldn't say total lack, but does he have an impairment with that? I would agree. Now, those are some of the criteria that I'm aware of he would tend to meet.
So the diagnostic criteria, one is has a grandiose sense of self-importance, e.g. exaggerates his achievements and talents, expects to be recognized as superior without commensurate achievements.
Right. That would go with the grandiosity.
You heard him say he was like the best basketball player in the world. Right.
I never heard him say that per se, but
okay.
he did seem to have an exaggerated sense of how skilled he was. Let's say that.
Well, let me assert to you, he said that in the confession.
Okay.
Okay. Number 2 is preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love. 3, believes that he or she is special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high-status people or institutions. 4, requires excessive admiration. 5, has a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations, and especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with his or her expectations.
The entitlement I agree with. Some of those others that, I don't know, the real narcissists you might see in politicians or that sort of thing, which also the deceitfulness would apply to them, but you see this with other people. I'm not so much seeing that with him. What I see is the entitlement or sense of importance, all that. I agree with that.
Personality disorders. You only have to get 4 out of the 7, correct?
I believe that's true. I don't have it
Okay.
right here in front of me.
So
but yes, I
one
believe
is
so.
suspects without sufficient basis that others are exploiting, harming, or deceiving him.
He does have, and that's from paranoid personality
I'm sorry,
disorder.
paranoid. But
Yes, that is, he does seem to feel that way, absolutely.
okay. 2 is preoccupied with unjustified doubts about the loyalty or trustworthiness of friends or associates.
Yes,
3 is reluctant to confide in others because of unwarranted fear that the information will be used maliciously against him.
that's harder to know. I couldn't answer that one. The first two I would tend to agree with.
Reads hidden, demeaning, or threatening meanings into benign remarks or events.
I'm not aware of any of those specifically, but it could be.
5, persistently bears a grudge. He's unforgiving of insults, injuries, or slights.
Yes.
6, perceives attacks on his character or reputation that are not apparent to others, and he is quick to react angrily or to counterattack.
Well, the perceiving it, there are some attacks on his character. I'm not sure they're unwarranted, but I understand that he's done bad things and all that, but I'm not sure this is about perceiving slights that aren't there. I'm not aware of a situation where he perceived a slight which wasn't present. He perceived Sahari as disloyal, but other than that, I'm not aware of anything.
7, has recurrent suspicions without justification regarding fidelity of a spouse or a sexual partner.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And he just needs 4 out of that 7, correct?
I don't remember the exact number, but that sounds
Yeah,
right.
it's 4. I'll assert it's 4.
So I'm going to believe you this time.
Thank you. Is it fair to say that if somebody is suffering from antisocial personality disorder, is suffering from narcissistic personality disorder, and the paranoid disorder, that person is a psychopath?
You would have to be concerned about it, but again, I pointed out how the conduct disorder before the age of 15. I'm not sure we can really say that. Now, those things, you will often see those characteristics with psychopathic individual. Certainly you will.
So you're saying that based on the evidence, your testimony is this man could be a psychopath?
Well, you know, I did a psychopathy checklist. It came out to 19. I think it wasn't 30. But are some of these features shared by psychopaths? Absolutely.
All right. I think I'm almost finished up here, Doctor. You were talking about provocation. The attack on the execution of Detective Marconi was completely unprovoked. You would agree with that, correct?
Well, not in his mind, but of course his mind was unfortunately not thinking straight either. But yes, by Detective Marconi, certainly it was unprovoked.
You're aware that people can get, it's easy to have access to weapons in the Texas Department of Corrections, correct?
I don't know that it's easy, but they do sometimes get weapons.
Okay. Did you, and drugs, correct?
They can.
Okay. Well, we heard the testimony from one of the regional directors, former warden, who testified, yes, that both occurred. So would you disagree with that?
I don't.
Okay. Now, did you see the video of Otis McKane from the Bexar County Jail where he was getting emotionally excited with his mother because of the way the guards were treating him, and he was telling her how he could bust out the light bulb and make a shank?
Actually, I did not see that video, so yeah, that'd be a way somebody could make a weapon.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Dr. Crowder, the prosecutor was harping on, did you watch this video? Did you watch that video? Did you watch this video? Did you watch this video? Do most of the crimes that occur that you're involved in, as far as you being a consultant or whatever you want to call it, occur on video?
No, they don't. Now, may I say that urinary systems wait for no attorney? Would you mind if we took a
Do we have a
break?
break, Your Honor?
Yes. Let's go ahead and take a short break, members of the jury.
All right, Mr. Jury.
I'm proud of you. You held that longer than I did.
here.
Oh, good. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, procedure on.
Yes.
Dr. Crowder, I began by asking you that the prosecutor was asking you whether you had seen X number of videos, suffice to say.
Right.
Now, do psychiatrists and psychologists such as yourself regularly rely on, including Dr. Fabian and Dr. Arangula and Dr. Clinton, do you regularly rely mostly on videos or written reports?
Again, it's not exactly either or. I mean, a video gives you a very small slice in time, typically. I think you're wanting to contrast that with this neuropsychological evaluation.
Well, not only that one, any time in any other case, all of you rely, I mean, most of the time crime doesn't occur on video. Would you agree?
Right, yeah, most of the time that's all you have to rely on. Yeah, are videos helpful? They can be. Depends on what you're trying to establish. Beyond a certain point, they may not give you a lot more information, but yes, absolutely.
And all of you doctors can come to conclusions and make diagnoses from the written reports and your interviews and stuff like that without videos.
If the information is adequate, that's what's critical.
Sure. Now, the prosecutor asked you to a certain extent something, did you only rely on information from the opposing side, meaning us? And do you know if Dr. Arangula relied only on information provided by them? Do you know that?
That's what he said, yes, he said that in his testimony.
And we believe, and I don't know if it's in the testimony of Dr. Arangula, he only got involved in this case on July the 12th, I believe, of this year.
And I
Do
don't
you
know.
remember?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when. It was recent. It was very recent. I don't know exactly the date.
Okay. Now, Mr. Delgado just a minute ago was going through, I guess, the criteria for a psychopath and the like.
Right.
Now, Dr. Arangula, who is a psychiatrist, did not come to the conclusion, as Mr. Delgado did, that Mr. McKane is a psychopath. He did not.
He said he,
Objection, excuse me. That's a misstatement of the evidence. I didn't say he was. I asked this doctor if he was. I don't give testimony. I can't say he is.
The jury will remember. Go ahead.
Okay, but Mr. Delgado implied that Mr. McKane is a psychopath. Is that accurate?
I took it that way, yes.
Okay, and their own psychiatrist did not come to that conclusion.
Didn't say that. That's right.
And neither did Dr. Clam, for that matter.
No.
And neither did their other doctor, Dr. Fabian, come to that conclusion.
No.
Okay. Now, with regards to the criteria that Mr. Delgado was going with regards to antisocial personality disorder. Now, again, you did not find that Mr. McKane had antisocial personality disorder. Maybe some traits.
Objection, this is redundant. This has been gone over. He's already testified to this, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, I'm entitled to rebut what he just did, and he went through all that criteria, and I just want to make a point.
All right, I'll give you some leeway.
Okay.
He's also leading.
And so him going through all that criteria, he's an expert, I can read. And so going through all that criteria, just because Mr. Delgado goes to it, doesn't make it so, right?
Well, right, but there are aspects as an adult. I mean, part of my argument was you just can't establish that as a kid, and it's really contrary to a lot of the evidence I know of. But outside isolated acts. So that was my concern about that. As an adult, did he do a lot of those things? He did do. So, I mean,
And Mr. Prado, in trying to make his point, said, oh, it's escalating. And we both know that there are guys that are bullies in high school and carry a knife in high school and carry a gun and then join a gang and then rape a woman and then rob someone with a gun and then they kill. That's the escalation that Mr. Prado was implying, right? We have people like that, right?
yeah, there are people like that, yes.
And McKane does not fit that mold. You said he jumped.
Not to me, it wasn't. Yes, it was a massive jump.
Okay. Now, the first part of the antisocial personality disorder says it has to be a pervasive pattern of this criteria. Is that how it starts? A pervasive pattern?
Yes.
And neither you nor Dr. Fabian nor Dr. Clam saw that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
Nobody diagnosed it anyway.
Nobody, including their doctors.
Yes.
The ones, as a matter of fact, the ones that interviewed Mr. McKane did not find that necessary.
Right, except Dr. Arendula. Right.
Okay. And now, he also mentioned that Mr. McKane had scored high on the MMPI antisocial personality disorder elevated, and you said that the diagnosis is not based on numbers.
A test doesn't make diagnoses, right?
Okay. Now, Now, if we look at Dr. I think it's Dr. Clem's correct report. Is that
Yes,
what
I have it right here.
Okay. And Dr. Clem found evidence of neurological deficits. Is that accurate?
Yes. It's neuropsychological deficits to be more specific.
Okay.
What he says is, I believe, is a minor neurocognitive disorder is what he saw evidence of, which he believed most likely stemmed from substance abuse, but that couldn't rule out basically concussions in high school from football and that sort of thing.
Okay.
Sports head injuries.
And so what is the net effect of this neural, whatever word you're saying? And then we saw neurocognitive.
In essence, there will be some decrease, let's say, some diminution of the ability to make the best decision, let's say that. So he's starting a little bit behind because of what's going on in the central nervous system.
And he being Otis McKane?
Otis McKane, yes, because that's the testing was done of him. Dr. Clem examined Mr. McKane, sorry.
Okay. And what other significant findings did the state's Dr. Clem find?
See, and this is where I agreed. When I saw him, I didn't see psychosis right then, and Dr. Clem didn't see it either, so we agreed about that. And then he notes the support for personality disorder with these various features from a number of clusters, which we just went through. And I agree, some of those traits are present. So there's support for personality disorder with those features. I agree with that. So he notes that as well.
Now, Dr. Arangula testified something about if you perform a crime, at some point you start slowing down or something like that. Can you elaborate on that? As far as you age, you decrease or something?
Well, most violent acts are committed by males between the age of 18 and 26. And so, as people age, there's a decreasing tendency to commit violent acts. So you can imagine antisocial personalities, for instance, if you regard it as a risk factor, at age 75 or 80, they're just going to commit fewer antisocial acts. There is some, what some people might call antisocial burnout. So whether that's present or not, there tends to be, and whether that's the diagnosis or not, there tends to be a lessening of risk as people get older.
And are there any other significant findings by the state's Dr. Clinton?
I'm sorry, repeat the
Are
question.
there any other significant findings that you want to comment on from the state's Dr. Clinton?
Well, those are the main ones. He talks about the personality, and I agree with that. He talks about the cognitive deficits, and he talks about the cannabis abuse being part of the reason for that. He discusses that at some lengths, but he talks about a dose-response relationship, meaning the more you use and the longer you use, the more you're going to tend to have some of these neurocognitive or thinking deficits, right?
Okay. Now, getting back to the intake reports, you mentioned to Mr. Brother that you had now reviewed them. You had them somewhere. But what is significant about the intake reports regarding, you said you saw some words, tangentiality and emotionality. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, those come from the mental health evaluator that saw Otis shortly after he arrived at the jail. He said he was going off on a tangent. Now that's from the pretrial hearing evidence, and I'm not sure that word appears in the actual written medical records, but what the written medical records say is that there was emotional lability. The word labile means suddenly and rather markedly or extremely changeable. If you use it with blood pressure, for instance, that means that if you've got blood pressure lability or labile blood pressure, it's going way up and way down suddenly and kind of unpredictably. So basically he was seeing mood swings is what he was seeing. Now, that was the term that came to my mind when I saw the testimony, but in fact, the evaluator uses the actual term, either mood lability or labile mood. He uses that in his formulation after seeing Mr. McKane. Just saying again, some of these symptoms suggest possibly, again, I'm not trying to oversell this, possibly there was some level of psychotic state, but I don't know that for sure. But these particular mental status findings are at least consistent with it. And we know, of course, again, like we talked about before, cannabis and K2 can produce psychosis. And again, would account for why he's giving these, he doesn't pursue one strategy. He says he's sorry, then he says he's happy, then he says he's sorry again. And it doesn't make sense. It's consistent with mood states swinging up and down. If you combine the substance abuse and intoxication with some neurocognitive deficits, you're not going to get great decision making or consistency.
Now, this lability that you said,
Yes.
is that also consistent, for example, on the audio we heard where he's arguing with Sahara and he goes from anger to this vicious crying, anger, crying. Is that something like that or not?
Yeah, that would be mood lability. That's correct. That would be consistent, sure.
Okay. Now, everything that Mr. Labrado went through, all this facts, predator, this video, choking, the killing, to show that it's consistent with antisocial personality disorder. But it avoids the objective proof that we have from these human studies.
Objection, this is leading and he's testifying.
Okay. Everything he went through, that antisocial social and the check off and check, that Dr. Arangula came through without violating his ethics, without examining, making a good faith effort to examine Mr. McKane. Now, these human studies have gone through over 500 people, where I'm sure the prosecutors did the same thing that Mr. Delgado did. And they went through this checkoffs, and they used this antisocial personality disorder to get the death penalty for people.
Objection, Your Honor. He's testifying, he's leading, and this is redundant.
I'll move
It's
on.
ask and answer, he went over it.
We're entitled to lead an expert. That's the law.
You can't testify.
And, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll move on. And so, the prosecutor avoids the reality of the subjective studies that researchers, not an expert for the defense, not an expert for the state, that researchers followed all these people that have been convicted of capital murder. These weren't babysitters. They were capital murderers. And they followed them, right, as you testified to earlier.
Objection. This is redundant. This is ask and answer. He testified to this on direct.
He avoided
We've been
all the
over it.
research, Your Honor.
We've been over this.
So the question is, the fact that the criteria may be met does not deal with the issue of the research and the research findings. Is not an
Yes.
adequate answer to that? Is that your question? I think it is.
Well, by showing the jury that supposedly he meets all this, the point being is that's not a predictor, an adequate predictor at all of future dangerousness.
That would be true because many of these people in these studies had to be antisocial, narcissistic, paranoid. Many of them or mixtures of these features. They had to be, and yet it just didn't pan out. So I agree.
So the proof is in the pudding, basically.
Yes.
And this antisocial personality disorder, is there a number out there, a percentage of inmates in prisons that have antisocial personality disorder?
I'm sure that varies depending on criteria and who's doing the study. Now, the figure I heard, and this is some time ago, but the figure I heard was 50%. That they put the prevalence of antisocial personality in prison at 50%.
And so this idea, it's maybe called bootstrapping about past behavior. Is this past behavior a good, statistically, a good indicator of future behavior?
It doesn't reach probability is the answer to that question. Is there risk implied by past behavior? Of course there is. And I'm not gonna soft pedal that. That's true. The question is, does it reach probability? And that's what the studies tend to say. It doesn't.
It does not. No further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Just a couple of questions, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. McKane probably attack the bailiff on July 27th in this courtroom? Did that probably occur?
Actually occurred.
When you said the age range is 18 to 26, primarily males for violence.
That's the most violence.
How old was Otis McKane when he killed Detective Marconi?
I think it's 30. Is it 31? I believe.
And how old was he when he went after another law enforcement agent?
He's
last week?
30. I believe he's 36 now, if that's accurate. Depends on the months, but he was born in 1985.
Okay. So it's objective fact that he went after a law enforcement officer in this courtroom last week. That's a fact.
That is a fact, absolutely.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Crowder.
Okay, thank you all.
You're excused. Right, defense, call your next witness.
Defense rest.
State.
Your Honor, state rest and close.
Defense.
Defense closes, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, what that means is that you have now heard all the evidence that you will hear during the punishment phase of this trial. Like before, you have yet to hear the charge of the court. That's all the law that you'll need to use when you deliberate this case. And you have yet to hear the closing arguments of counsel. So I'm going to prepare the charge of the court right now as you leave. And we will present those things to you at 9 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow is that day. We don't know how long that you will be in deliberations. Tomorrow will be that day that you will be without your cell phones once you begin your deliberating. So make sure you make any arrangements that you need to make beforehand. All right? See you tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning.
All rise for the jury.
No, it's fine, we had insurance. We can- yeah.
sit down and question.
Back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
No, they don't like that anymore.